think, throughout this race.
Yeah, absolutely sensational start from Morelli. Jesus Rios has recovered the podium position then from Joel Esteban Uriarte. Slots into second, so they've all got a little bit wide there. However, there is no green, so it's allowed. Number 97, Marco Morelli, then, is going to try and break away early here, just like he did in Barcelona. But Brian Uriarte is looking to get the hooks into him as well, and does not want to let the Argentinian run away with this. The front two have opened up a big gap already to the rest of the field. Now, it is only lap one and there is a long way to go, but we have seen both of these riders have form in getting away from the rest of the field. It's Jesus Rios then over Joel Esteban. Well, next up, I think it is Rico Saletta who is seen there.
David Gonzalez there.
Going on the outside. Is he going to make that one stick? I don't think he's going to. Never mind. Joel Esteban's got to go back on the inside. Brilliant stuff from David Gonzalez.
Yeah, absolutely sensational from Gonzalez there. But these riders behind the front two are going to have to put it together and not allow them to escape too early. And as you mentioned there, Marco Morelli is soaring ahead. Brian Uriarte is not too far behind, but this battle between Esteban and Gonzalez could prove very costly to their chances of finishing on the podium. Everything's getting involved there as well.
Well, this is all playing into the hands of Morelli out front. You've got, after one lap, Connor, a 1.4-second advantage over Jesus Rios in third position and 7/10 of a second over Brian Uriarte. translating into Junior GP. And of course, the Aspar team, known for picking and plucking the very best talents.
Absolutely.
You look at Max Quiles is there, Dan Alonso is there, Danny Olgado had a stint there as well. Currently having a stint there in Moto2. Morelli is going to go into that environment, and you would have to say, or have to hope, that all the ingredients are there for him to thrive in that paddock in Moto3 World Championship, as the Australian Alicias now go side by side. We're watching Rico Saletta and Casey O'Gorman, both of whom started on the third and fourth row. Saletta PA, Casey O'Gorman ahead of the fourth. Saletta, who does hold the advantage for P4 as things stand, but it looks like there might be a little move coming up here when we see Uriarte reclaim second place from Rios. Saletta seems to have held on to fourth as we get another shot of the 72-hour box team, and O'Gorman now has made that move through on his teammate Salmela. So it's Uriarte in second place ahead of Jesus Rios, Casey O'Gorman ahead of Rico Salmela, and Joel Esteban in sixth.
Yeah, these two Estrella Galicia riders really ought to start working together now to try and reel in Rios and Uriarte at least. I mean, for the time being, barring anything sensational, Marco Morelli is running away with this, at least 3 seconds ahead.
Yeah, Marco Morelli is on another planet right now. He has been for the majority of this weekend. He was, of course, on another planet to everybody else in race 2 in Barcelona. He only just missed out on the race. He came fourth, but he just missed out on the race victory in race 1, of course, up in the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, with Jesus Rios pulling off a last lap move and Morelli running wide, allowing some of the other riders to barge on through. Since Casey O'Gorman has a little look down there, something's gone wrong for the Irish rider. He's back in 8th position. He was running in 4th just a couple of corners ago. He ran it wide coming out of, was that turn 12, I think, and he had a little look down to his right hand side. So is there an issue? So here we go, the standings. See Uriarte, of course, the champion, but Morelli will take second place if things remain as they are. Rico Salmela is still holding on to third position with his P4, but Joel Esteban is right behind him in both the race and the championship standings, and they all run wide there. Is that going to shake things up? Not quite, as they all hold on to their positions, but it looks like second is going to be wrapped up, provided there are no frills and no dangers for Marco Morelli, and then the battle for bronze will go down to the season finale later this afternoon.
Something that could shake things up is a long lap penalty for Rico Salmela there. See what that does to this race with 10 laps to go.
That is going to change things up. We've also got a yellow flag back at turn 2. We'll bring you an update of who has gone down there or gone wide once we know. It's a long lap penalty though for Rico Salmela. He's running in 4th position, currently P3 in the championship standings, but that would drop him behind the likes of Joel Esteban and further away from Rios and Morelli. So he would lose that bronze medal position unless when he comes out of the long lap penalty, he would then need quite the comeback ride to get himself back into the top 3 positions by the end of this race. Leo Rammersdorfer then, unfortunately, out of this race.
Yeah, tremendous frustration for him. And we are back at the front with Marco Morelli. It's a wonderful shot there that really underscores the difference in his riding there. There it is confirmed, 3.749 seconds of a gap between Morelli and Uriarte, who is still engaged in this battle with Rios. Very interesting to see a bit further back exactly where Salmela does end up, and it does mean that his chances of getting that all important but ever elusive win, well, there's a real dent in the possibility of that for Salmela as he bids goodbye to Junior GP ahead of his next Moto3 World Championship.
Eyes just now on the battle for 10th. Leda Pratama, the Indonesian rider, another rider who's going to make the step up to Moto3 next season, leading Giulio Pugliese, Zen Matani, Sullivan Mounty in that group of 4. Zen Matani, of course, will also step up to Moto3 with the Honda Team Asia next season. Two very, very talented riders coming from Asia Zetmatani, pretty impressive in his appearances in Moto3 Championship this season. Rico Saletta pulls out into the long lap penalty. Yeah, well, it looks like he's gotten through no problems. It wasn't the smoothest of efforts, but that has dropped him back to 8th position behind Leonardo Zani. So that will move Joel Esteban. There you have it, Joel Esteban into 3rd, 3 points ahead of Rico Saletta. So there's not much in it, it has to be said. And if Saletta can display some of the pace he's already shown, you would imagine he can find his way back towards the top 5. Long way to go in this race, yes, as we clock off another lap. 8 to go, to be a little bit more precise. Rico Saletta then hunting down Leonardo Zani, just ahead of him for P7. Are we going to see a move coming into turn 2? I think we are, and the flying fin sails through.
Yeah, we have to confirm as well, Casey O'Gorman has retired now, which will be tremendously frustrating for him.
Yeah, frustrating few moments then for the Australian Galicia team, particularly the 2 riders. Oh, Rico Saletta out of his seat there. Can you take any more drama, any more spikes in the heart rate down the Australia Galicia 0-0 box? Saletta, long lap penalty, and then nearly loses it a couple of corners later when Casey O'Gorman, disappointment for the Irish rider. He is now out of the race, and in all likelihood probably out of the reckoning. You never know what can happen though in race 2 later today. He will be, of course, among those podium contenders, it has to be said. Mark Morelli though, will anybody be able to catch him? Never mind in this race, and what about this afternoon as well? Morelli is just on another planet here, just racking off 1:37.1 last time, 6/10 quicker than Brian Uriarte. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Morelli, we've been praising him all morning, and I don't think you can give him any more plaudits than what we have done already. He's finally broken that 4-second gap mark as well, so
it's almost to the point now with Morelli of Uriarte romped home to this year's JuniorGP Championship and did the Rookies Cup double. And let's not make no mistakes, Uriarte is a phenomenally talented rider. We've seen that in European Talent Cup. We saw it in JuniorGP last year when he stepped up and immediately took wins, podiums, and was constantly challenging, and he just continued his progression. But it's
David Alonso, hello.
There's David Alonso in as well. But it's almost a case of what could have been this year for the MLab squad, as Rios does go through on Uriarte. Is Morelli, his recent form has just simply been sensational and unrivaled.
Yeah, it's been absolutely scintillating. And I wonder if he thinks that maybe if some changes had been made earlier, he could have been standing on that top step of the podium more often and more frequently, which would have been the most important thing at the beginning of the season, ahead of Uriarte.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare his form across the first 5 races to the last 5, the first 5 saw him P7, P8, P13, P5, P9. Very, very respectable for a rookie, it has to be said. Brilliant race.
Yeah, absolutely.
P5 like the core. And then he got that podium in Aragon, and it seems to have all just clicked. P3 in race 2 in Aragon, P1 Misano, P3 Misano, P4 in Catalunya, but only just missed out. He was in the race lead until the final corner, and then he went and got that win in Barcelona, and he looks dead set here. 4.2 second advantage in a junior GP race, and he's dead set here for another race win. There is no plan B for Marco Morelli. Plan A seems to be working pretty well for the Argentinian.
Yeah, Brian Uriarte now ahead of Jesus Rios again.
Yeah, I think we were just thrown a little bit by the graphics on the left-hand side. Nearly caught us out, but don't worry. Brian Uriarte and Jesus Rios, as they have been for the majority of this race, still battling for P2. 4.5 seconds or so behind Marco Morelli.
Which, as we mentioned earlier, is costly to both of their opportunities to finish on that top step. If they weren't battling so much, maybe they'll be able to keep up with the pace that Marco Morelli is setting. Unlikely, given the velocity that the Argentinian is displaying on track here in Valencia.
Aside from the honour of finishing P2 as well, which both riders will want to do as they are competitors, It would be more valuable in the context of the championship, of course, to Jesus Rios, who is hoping to get himself among those medal positions. He's 11 points behind Rico Saletta coming into this race. I'm not going to do the quick maths in my head because I have failed and failed and failed too many times before. But Joel Esteban currently sits in P3 and Esteban is running in P4 and under pressure here, it has to be said, from both David Gonzalez and Adrian Cruces, and the pressure does tell. David Gonzalez does take P4 off the hands of Esteban, so that will affect that battle for bronze medal, and Jesus Rios is gaining ground on both Rico Saletta and Joel Esteban, who he started 11 and 9 points behind before lights out went on this race. So if he can get himself up into P2, there's 4 points on offer here, as well, of course, as the podium second place finish. But 4 big points, it would have to be said, to get himself into the battle for bronze and make it a real three-way shootout in race 2. Joel Esteban, is he going to fight back here on David Gonzalez? Nothing going for him through turn 4 nor turn 5. What about turn 6? Angel Nieto corner. Are we going to see the 78 dive up the inside? No, he's too far back, so nothing going. Looks like Gonzalez just has this one covered. There are more opportunities coming up. Nothing yet, but Brian Uriarte going to fire up the inside of Jesus Rios. This is a great battle, and I tell you what, Connor, if these two keep taking chunks out of each other, this battle for P2 and P3 between two riders could potentially become a 5-rider shootout.
Oh, there goes Rios on the inside there. Absolutely it could. And don't rule out Adrian Cruces as well, who was just behind David Gonzalez and Joel Esteban there. Very much biding his time to make his move, but on a circuit as complicated as this one, so difficult to make overtakes, also are awaiting any errors to pounce upon by your rivals on track.
Yeah, currently these two have about a 2.5 second advantage over the trio of riders behind them. And we take a look at the lap times coming over. 138 flat, 138.1 from Rios and Uriarte as Uriarte fires himself back in. And then 137.8, 137.7. So similar lap times from these two groups. That's not going to help the chasing group behind though, as they all run it wide. So maybe they just don't have the pace as they keep taking chunks out of each other as well. But Uriarte and Rios are still battling away for the silver medal here in race 1 in Valencia. You might be asking, if you just joined us, where is Marco Morelli? There he is, a good 5.3 seconds ahead, the race leader. The number 97 is just on a whole other level today.
Yeah, almost impossible to keep him in the same shot there. And we can just see at the other side of that, further behind David Gonzalez, Adrian Cruces and Joel Esteban, Rico Saletta is currently one of the fastest riders on track, one of only 2 riders who have broken into the 137s alongside Marco Morelli. So despite that long lap penalty, he's going to be edging closer and closer to this group who are battling it out for P3 and very much still stand on the podium with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, and almost as if to emphasize your point, just a moment ago it was impossible to keep Marco Morelli in the same shot. We had a brilliant shot coming through 9 and 10 thereof, which really just underscored and highlighted the difference between the riders here in race 1. There we go, another one. The number 97 already approaching turn 1 as the rest of the field come out of the final corner. Morelli then 3 laps to go. He can not ease off, but he can take it steady and make sure there are no mistakes as he looks to deliver another victory in the JuniorGP campaign and wrap up the silver medal in this year's championship. Taking a look at some of the other riders coming across, that's the number 13, Hakim Danish, riding in only 9th place. Leda Patama then at the head of this group with Bugliese, Matani and Mounsey.
Yeah, the battle further back. It was always going to be tougher when you're in the middle of the pack to try and get out of it, try and pull away, but looks like they've settled into a bit of a rhythm, these riders further back. Now they're engaged in their own battle. We also saw Adrian Cruces there make his move earlier on David Gonzalez. He's now moved up to P5. And is now chasing Joel Esteban for P4.
An excellent outing this weekend from Cruces, who has had plenty of experience riding different bikes. So to come here in the JuniorGP category in the final weekend, and put in a performance like this is pretty stellar stuff before he moves up to the Moto3 World Championship next season. We're going to see a move here. Dono Baggio and Ento Ballon battling here for the final point scoring place.
And anyone in this group could claim that lead.
Yeah, exactly.
There is
Marco Morelli already done with another lap.
4 seconds until anyone else appears on the screen. That's the extent to which Marco Morelli is running away with this opening race in Junior GP here in Valencia.
Yeah, sensational stuff. Rios leads over the line out of the final corner, but as we've seen a couple times already, Brian Uriarte dives up the inside into turn 1. Joel Esteban still at the head of this group. Well, Adrian Cruz did, of course, make a move, but Esteban has regained that. Rico Saletta then in the background, the number 27, served a long lap penalty. And just looks to be closing in, but it might just be a little bit too late for him to make a move on these guys ahead. He's got about a second or so to catch Leonardo Zani ahead of him and Adrian Cruzes. Excuse me, not Zani, Adrian Cruzes and David Gonzalez. Leonardo Zani running behind Salmela, the number 57 in P8. So a reminder then that this battle for P4 does have some larger consequences. Joel Esteban currently sits in the bronze medal position, but if he was to concede some points, chiefly to the riders behind him, Rico Salmela,
he is getting a lot closer, isn't he?
You can visibly see it. Rico Salmela came into this race in that bronze medal position. I think there are currently 3 points separating them, so any switches here could have larger consequences in the context of the title race or the championship standing. David Gonzalez, is he going to make a little move? Indeed, there's only 2 points behind them rather than 3. So any move is crucial, and David Gonzalez is making one. Has he made that one stick? He has indeed. So now there's just 1 point between them. Scratch that, because Adrian Cruzes has also gone through on Joel Esteban. What about at turn 1? Brian Uriarte's gone back in front of Jesus Rios. 2 abreast. Cruzes now leading. Esteban out of shape there coming into turn 1, but manages to stop it. Still goes a little bit wide, but holds on to 4th position, and all this has brought Rico Salmela back into play, and he has picked off Adrian Cruzes for 5th position.
Yeah, this is chopping and changing all the time, both on our timesheets and in the live championship. Rios there moving up to P2 briefly, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what goes on in this final lap, but this is going to be exciting from start to finish, Chris.
Yeah, 2 big battles unfolding here on the last lap. The battle for the podium and the battle for 4th, which has consequences in the championship standing. So Rios is in P2 and Esteban leads this battle. Rico Salmela is in 6th with David Gonzalez sandwiched in between them. Adrian Cruzes in tow as well. Will these riders make a move late on? There are a couple opportunities left, but it's Esteban who cruises around 9 and 10 with the advantage. What about in the battle for 2nd? It looks like Rios still leads over Uriarte, but you better believe there is going to be a move coming. Marco Morelli has got this one sewn up. He's coming around the final corner, and he is going to win. What about here? There's a few riders wide. Look at Rico Salmela. He goes into 5th position with a ballsy move past David Gonzalez, the number 97. No frills on him. He is brilliant today, and he takes back-to-back victories. Who is going to take 2nd place? Is it Rios? Is it Uriarte? It's going to be a photo finish. It looks like it's Uriarte. And Joel Esteban Gonzalez. It's Rico Salmela who gets 4th position ahead of David Gonzalez, and Joel Esteban, after all of that, is shuffled back to 6th position. So, catch your breath. Brilliant last lap. Marco Morelli wins in emphatic fashion, 6.1 seconds over his closest contender, which was Brian Uriarte, who had 9 thousandths of a second to spare over Jesus Rios in that battle for P2. It all came up trumps for Rico Salmela in the battle for bronze. Rios losing out on 4 crucial points, and Salmela made a last corner move on David Gonzalez and Joel Esteban to pinch P4. Gonzalez 5th and Joel Esteban shuffled back to 6th after a breathless last lap.
It truly was breathless, wasn't it, Chris? Rico Salmela doing incredibly well after that long lap penalty to come through and fight his way back through what looked like a very, very difficult pack, and did so well to seal P4. Absolutely incredible from the Finn. What a race one. Now we'll have to wait and see what he can do in race 2 as well, but he's shown that he's capable of keeping up with the likes of David Gonzalez, Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruces. What a performance.
A wheelie then for Jesus Rios as he celebrates another podium. That's his fourth podium of the season. Indeed, it's his fifth, including his victory in Barcelona last time out. It's a second, third place. In Jerez race 1, there have been a couple of P2s coming his way in Jerez as well as in Misano. Victory last time in Barcelona for Jesus Rios, and now he's got 3. So very much enters the fray for that bronze medal. Rico Saletta will hold on to it going into race 2 after all that late drama, but Rios does close up on him. Joel Esteban loses a little bit of ground back in P6. KCR1, of course, was also in the reckoning for a top 3 finish, but unfortunately the Australia Galicia rider had to retire with a mechanical issue by the looks of things. Brian Uriarte showing the class of a champion, that has to be said. Perhaps not at his imperious best, as we've seen him many times this year. Uriarte dogged it out, toughed it out for Jesus Rios. Pinched silver medal for Valencia race 1 on the line. Just 9 thousandths of a second. Could have thrown a blanket over them. But what about this young rider here? The number 97, Marco Morelli, goes back to back. Race 2 winner in Barcelona, race 1 winner here in Valencia. He will be looking to do 3 in a row, and it will take a brave person to bet against him, because he was utterly sensational. He has been all weekend. We mentioned it before the race. He had half a second to spare in qualifying. He was quicker than the Moto3 World Championship guys. There we go, the celebration. He was quicker than the Moto3 World Championship front row last weekend in qualifying yesterday, as were Uriarte and Rios qualifying. But sensational stuff from Marco Morelli. Let's take a listen in. Good to see plenty of fans out in attendance as well here at the season finale. 1 week on from the MotoGP season finale as well, as we see the live championship there, and confirmation then that Uriarte 219 Morelli extends his advantage out to 23 points. So hasn't wrapped up the silver medal just yet, but I think it's fair to say, and 4 fingers on it, top 14 finish would see him take the silver medal in the 2025 JuniorGP Championship as on back for bronze. Well and truly alive. Jesus Rios all smiles then. Another brilliant outing from the young Spaniard, who picks up a podium before his move to the Snipers team in 2026 Moto3 World Championship. We will of course hear from Marco Morelli very shortly, once he is done debriefing with the Grid M Lab team. Here are some of the key moments then of the opening race of the day. Ryan Uriarte finally up the inside of Jesus Rios, and this is the photo finish. Look how close this is. Oh, 9 thousandths of a second. That's what that looks like. Absolutely sensational stuff from those 2 riders, while Rico Saletta has to be mentioned, a superb ride. May not have got any silverware in race 1, but he came through the long lap penalty and battled his way back to P4. He holds on to P3 in the championship for the time being. So, without any further ado, Race 1 belongs to Marco Morelli. Here, the Argentinian now, he's down in Connor.
That's right, Chris. Marco, you were absolutely incredible yesterday sealing pole, and today you've shown us just how brilliant you are again. How does it feel to take this win?
Yeah, I feel amazing. We did a fantastic job yesterday. It's true we did a super lap in the qualifying, but from all the weekend we had a good pace, and I feel quite strong with the bike. It just comes easy now, and this is a good thing. I don't need to push as hard as sometimes I did. So when you are in this situation, it's quite easy to go fast, no? And today in the race, I tried to do a good start. I did it. I arrived first on the first corner, and I can do all my pace during all the race. And yeah, we take the victory. I'm super happy. Thank you for the team, and finish like this is super nice, because as I say, this weekend is my last 2 races with them, with Emerald Junior team, and I only remember all the great things we had together. So yeah, one more, and let's see if we can do the same. Thank you.
Ayer hiciste una quali impresionante y hoy has hecho una carrera, la primera carrera del día, que también ha sido fenomenal. ¿Cómo te encuentras después de habernos enseñado todo eso?
No, muy contento. La carrera fue muy complicada, pero por ir solo, al final había un poco de viento, era un poquito difícil en el primer sector, pero nada, me supe adaptar bien, hice una buena salida, me pude escapar y tirar, hacer mis ritmos desde el principio, y súper contento, la verdad. Nada, disfrutar estos momentos que son mis últimas 2 carreras con este equipo, y la verdad que siempre los llevaré en el corazón, y estaré eternamente agradecido por todo lo que han hecho por mí.
Congratulations.
It was perfection from pole for Marco Morelli in the JuniorGP race 1 from Valencia. The Argentinian started P1 on the grid, got the perfect launch, and opened up a significant gap on the opening and following laps over Brian Uriarte and Jesus Rios. Uriarte and Rios went wheel to wheel across the race in the battle for second, while a little bit further back the likes of David Gonzalez, Rico Saletta, Joel Esteban, Adrian Cruces battled for 4th as Christian Daniel Jr. crashed out of contention. Jesus Rios then moving ahead of Brian Uriarte, but every time Rios tried to make a move, Uriarte had the answer, particularly at turn 1. An interesting eye was cast then on P4, that battle having significant consequences in the medal positions battle. Rico Saletta was running 4th, had to go through the long lap penalty. Quickly began working his way through the field again. Leonardo Zani there, number 57, powerless to resist the flying fin. David Gonzalez led this group with Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruces for a period. As Uriarte and Jesus Rios just kept going at it in that battle for P2. And again, Esteban was doing much of the front running in P4, but Rico Saletta closed up the gap on the final 2 laps, getting ahead of Cruces, then striking mate on both David Gonzalez and Joel Esteban. Fired himself into 4th position. The battle for P2 raged on across the course of the final lap as the number 97 Marco Morelli romped home to victory. Brian Uriarte did win that battle for second by 9,000ths of a second. Rico Saletta in 4th.
JuniorGP, donde el equipo ganador ha sido el Grid en Lab Racing, representado por Ben Baxter.
Podium celebrations time. Ben Baxter, BM Lab Racing squad team representative of Marco Morelli. Jesus Rios first out to pick up P3, his P3 medal. Brian Uriarte second, his 4th second place of the campaign, almost matching his previous time. 5 wins and 4 P2s for Uriarte. Marco Morelli then picking up his 3rd victory of the campaign.
Nicolás Cobiano, que es el líder de el trofeo al tercer clasificado, Jesús
first of 2 races, of course, today. But what a moment for all these 3 riders who bid farewell to the Junior GP category as they set off on new ventures in the Moto3 World Championship stage. 3 unbelievable talents leaving the category, has to be said.
Marco Morelli.
And finally, the gold trophy for Marco Morelli, handed out by a rider who knows a thing or two about winning world championships. David Alonso in attendance here this weekend, the Moto3 world champion. Now, of course, riding in Moto2, picked up a couple of wins. Year, and maybe now next season the Argentinian anthem could play if Marco Morelli continues this form into Moto3 World Championship. Victorious here today ahead of Brian Uriarte and Jesus Rios. Rico Saletta fought back to claim 4th ahead of David Gonzalez, Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruzes. Leonardo Zani, Hakan Danish picking up top 10 finishes. As does Veda Pratama. He came out on top of that battle with Giulio Pugliese, Sullivan Mountain, Zen Matane, Enzo Bellon, Dodo Baggio. Complete point scores, Lotto, Mananiane, and Pep Belfort. Just missed on the top 15. As does Giata Skat, Pong, and Pomana, Bernardo Abruzzo, Lucas Browner, Michel Long, Marianos Feliz, Kevin Farkas, and Kotaro Bushiumi among the finishers here in race 1. Hazard, Cesare, Vieti, Edu, Bertala, Lampi, Ro, and Flores, Sconro. Casey O'Gorman, Christian Dan, and Theo Ramastorfer all retiring from the race.
And that means that the Riders' Championship is shaping up like this. Brian Uriarte with his unassailable lead, of course, followed by Marco Morelli and Rico Saletta. Currently P4, Joel Esteban. P5, Jesus Rios moves up 1 spot. Casey O'Gorman moves down to 6th. Leonardo Zani 7th. Danish 8th. And David Gonzalez currently 9th. Then it's Veda Pratama in 10th. In P11, Zen Mitani drops on 2 spots. Giulio Pugliese in 12th. Leo Ramastorfer 13th. Evan Belfort 14th. Sullivan Mounty 15th. Dodo Baggio in P16. And Leonardo Abruzzo 17th for the time being. Benya Fernandez 18th. Paulsina 19th. 20th, Adrian Cruzes, who moves up 5 spots there with performance today. Lennox Famara 21st, Namoniana 22nd, Singapore 23rd, Enzo Bellon 24th, and Michielon 23rd. Nicholas in 26th, Lucas Brown 27th, and Kevin Farkas 28th.
Race 1 in Valencia then belongs to the Argentinian star in the making, the number 97, Marco Morelli, converts pole to victory here in Spain. A superb performance. Can he do it again in race 2 later today? Or will the likes of Brian Uriarte and Jesus Rios have a say in the victory fight? Well, make sure you tune in a little bit later. We'll also have plenty more title deciders to come during the day. Next up is the European Talent Cup in about 2 minutes' time. We'll see you then. Talent returns to the tarmac for one final showdown. 15 laps to decide Tiger as the cup champion. A week after MotoGP Valencia is hosting another at the iconic circuit. Having risked November morning and by 20-corner layout offers rhythm-based circuit that revoked force much as religion. There I know the practice is down to center for Hahn and Bohosa. 11 points separate the duo. They line up for lights out. Momentum, pressure, turn, raw talent. Oh, down to this. Last time out, though, Barcelona played host to just the European Talent Cup race. Carlos Cano started from pole, but it was Lorenzo got the better launch. Right, Fernando Bohosa served it back to 70 between Harvey in the Zanton. Down early. Bohosa continued his start while Evan Mossberger and Alfonso Almeida also slid into the gravel. Bohosa soon reeled in tight to rival. Cano even passing the sitter move into podium places and had a long lap penalty curb. While taking the kept it upright only for disaster strike shortly after crashing at turn. Cano looked to capitalise and Bertelli, who had led most of the play, crashed out after the 50 fight. And there's in classic ET's fashion flow. That became scrambled. Cano led out of the final corner, but it was Gianna Ramadipa on his start, snatching just 7 out of second. That was a maiden win for Cano second and Alvaro. Cano right slider here and goes. Okay, and him 7 advantage over Fernando Bohosa. Welcome to Myrtle. Lovely day. Led by Chris Jordan. Joining me as always is Connor Doherty for Mike Ryder. But I'm very much looking. Bye, dude.
Pleasure to be here with you here in Valencia. I think it's probably appropriate to tell, especially when we've got racing in Jerez to enjoy in the real. Oh. Yeah, but as you say, it's absolutely sensational here. It's Snyder and closer as well. We're in for a real treat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is Fernando Bojosa. Start from. Let's see it. Yeah.
I'm so happy. I made a perfect lap. And oh, I am with and
It's 99 then. That's 1. 11 points down. Champion. Carlos champion. Champion. Oh. Run. Very 11 points. And up. Careful. And up. And up. 6 and up. Okay. If it is 11 for Cano, hold it to the top 2, but D12. Bojosa. That took me longer than I care to admit. And I hope it's correct, but I believe it is. There is also a tie break as both riders have. Cano has. If the situation arises that Bojosa comes second and Cano is 7th, for example, then it goes to a tie break of P3. Who's going to pick Connor? If it goes to that tie break, is Bojosa on P3.
As far as I'm concerned, you're the winner here. Really spent all night looking up the rules and regs of the European Talent Cup.
It certainly
I
took
take
me
my
long.
hat off to you, Chris. That is some honest work.
Yes, thankfully, I don't need to actually rely on my mechanics during the race. Have the live graphics and fun.
We did just see the rider starting from the Alvaro Lucas, who also in a it's you can see you get that chair swing in there, and it's been very much one to watch as well, as has Alex Longo.
Yeah, Alvaro Lucas. Out. And a couple of podiums then, and like that's 5 February Cup 4. But Andrew Bannon. Ramadi has outside chance of catching.
A push in there as well. 3 times so far. Yeah. Surprise package, I think it's fair to say.
A real live wire, and that's said. The last first. at 18. Finishing up the Sunday rider, I think, let's say, of course, that third podium. So, one to watch, starting as is. They're going briefly on flat and Cano or Idle, okay, fourth, but of course, third. I can't remedy holds an outside shot of catching. As does the however, remedy either is seven.
Fantastic riders, all of whom could be worthy of a mention in this. They're all impressed, and really going to be very interesting what happens in our sole race in Valencia. Seen a lot of fans over the course of the raving November cold.
Not that cold.
It is quite cold.
It was
Chris.
a crisp
be honest.
weekend up until today, and as you can see, the sun is actually shining quite nice out. However, it is cold.
Very cold, yes. Qualifying was a very different state of affairs to see a much more riders.
Yes, so just about 5 minutes to go. The night of 10 on.
And Timmy last year might have put him this time around all away, and that was kind of hope that sure enough to get involved in this race. You'll take it out at second.
Yeah. On. Either Carlos last. Like here before that, Achilles. But are at the top level. David Alonso, firstly for the Challenge Cup champion, Para, Javier Digas, Anu. So there is certainly pedigree that come out of this champion. One goes here in person.
Orlando in person, and he is watching on as we see the start. We're going to row one closer. Ano and Lucas, row 2, Longarella, Kabushin and Ramanipa, and on row 3, Paul, Nati and Belan. Behind them on row 4, starting 10, Kratchov, Will, Perez and Gutierrez. Row 5 is Almeida, Sabino and Osorio, and row 6 is Cantos, Morelli and Sanchez. Starting from 19, Foxberger, B20 Pichelli, 21 Ikigami. On row 8 we've got Matos, Sparks and San Juan. On row 9 Perez and Gallium. On row 10, Garcia, Serpa and Tamburini. Those last two coming through. Last chance race this morning.
Almost set to go then here at Circuit. And we'll warm up that. Right away, I can see race driver Fernando Bojosa. Carlos Cano pulling up right alongside him there.
I would not be surprised if there were mind games between those two. Any edge would mean all the difference here in Valencia. But they're 17th track, and very rarely in championship is a warm-up lap needed.
Nice. Down, around you go. So it's going to be a very even one. All eyes on the number 9 and the number 1 at lights out. It's going to be easy passion. Fundamentally, I think that is dependable. Unless something drastic happens to Carlos Cano, Cano thereabouts. If Cano is on the podium, his game over. But if or Emerson.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, both riders down really, really well. They don't want to be dragged into any kind of back, further back, any focusing on their own ride and ahead of the back. Sure here. And
yeah, we've also seen riders arcade on the ring.
retiring.
Yeah. Race 2. Now, we are about to go racing here in the title decider for the European Talent Cup. Fernando Bojosa starts from pole position. High delay here, and back out, but now all clear on the track. Safety car pulls up behind, the eyes are on the lights. And we are ready to go racing in title decider. Sunday Bojosa gets a start. Just tuck in front of Cano, but there's a long run down into turn 1. It could all change. Cano is tucked right in behind Bojosa. Alex Longarella then getting involved as well and drops Cano behind him. So Bojosa gets the perfect run through turn 1. He leads. Cano is dropped back to 3rd position. But for how long? Not very. I mean, no, Cano was having to knock up the inside on turn 2. Alex Longarella now is 2. So, green start for Bojosa.
Yeah, Longarella got away really well, contrasting with Alvaro Lucas, who found himself going back a bit, didn't get away well at all. It's absolutely perfect for Bojosa. He's got a bit of a cushion now, the shape of Longarella.
He said it there after qualifying that he has a strategy in mind as Alex Longarella does go wide, but comes back in. I don't under pressure, but Bojosa said he has got a strategy with his team. What is that strategy? Is he going to try and block up? Oh, lost the rider at the back.
Gabriel Bazzini
gone out. So what is the strategy? Hold down and try and Carlos Cano.
I was just going to say, he set the fastest time in sector 2 and sector 3 there already, so very much looks like his plan is to break away as soon as possible, and now he's got 2 riders between himself and his title rival as Alvaro Lucas pulls through on Carlos Cano.
Yeah, so if you were to throw the checkered flag out after 1 lap, Carlos Cano is down in 4th position and Bojosa is leading the race, so as they plan, way of Bohosa.
Absolutely. And off the podium as well.
I know, but we are very early days here in what would be undoubtedly an absolute Cup race. It always, Connor, never disappoints. But Bohosa has got the dream opening lap easily, and there are now a couple of riders, him and Carlos Cano. Where Edu can get it, AC riders further back. Well, Edu, 15. Yeah.
Well, the two riders between Bohosa and Cano, we were singing their praise whilst we were taking a look at Umbrella and Alvaro Luke. Both of whom have got a single win. They've impressed the podium more than once. And it's going to be easy for Cano to pass at all. We were saying how important it would be to get away well, and Cano simply doesn't manage to do that. But a rider of his caliber is more than capable. As difficult a track as Valencia is to overtake on, he is a rider who's capable of like Alvaro Lucas.
Yeah, a long way to go to test of lap 2. Cano by no means is going to be hitting the panic button. Alex there. Alex. Bohosa, and there you have it. Reminder of how quick. For Bohosa and that be. No, I would have to imagine this high. Carlos Cano, relative in round 6. And as the land is careful, would win by. So at this race, Carly Bohosa simply
Single point in it.
simply must win. Cano has to get onto the podium, guarantee the title. If he is 4 or below, then the 8 play. Bohosa, of course, are a lot. The reality of the situation must be faced. Cano is tucked in 5 riders.
It looked like he had made the move to 3 there, but just unable to make it stick. Alvaro Lucas maintains his grasp for the time being on P3.
I think this will Cano down to the ground. There are just 5 riders in. Because for 5, Bohosa still must win, and of course the light Alvaro. I would have to say about the title chase and the chance of big there on the line.
Absolutely. I would say that there is currently a gap of around the second between this lead group and the riders behind. But after a fairly poor opening couple of laps from Leandro Ramadipa, he has now moved to the front of the chasing group and is trying to narrow that gap. You can just see there. Getting closer.
Yeah, and if
bringing them back into play.
Yeah. Which actually they will do. I have to imagine that has a larger right and more nervous looking faces down in the 72 Hardbox team. They've already celebrated one title. But Ryan Parky romping home of Bravo. And it goes right at happy here until the final corner and then making it good.
Talking about lunges there,
Yeah.
Alvaro Lucas on the inside of Alex Longarella. Absolutely sensational stuff. Have to remember as well that these two are fighting for the 3rd spot in the everything to play for here. It's all over the place.
Yeah. Obvious reason I believe Connor. If you were Donnie, number 46, have a little bit about you I think, particularly here where Valencia Rossi winding down.
There does go Cano into a podium position there, into P3, as we go through turn 1 Ashbar corner.
Also tightening up the inside then of Cano coming through turn 2.
It's getting very, very close indeed in this lead pack. They are beginning to chop and change, and now it is Alvaro Lucas leads from Bujosa. Cano, who now is on the podium and would, in this situation, secure his second title. And there goes Lucas. Round turn 6. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Team, watch on.
There in that battle for bronze, but would love a victory cap off the campaign. But it's been another challenge.
I know now off the podium position as well, but would require Bujosa to overtake down first information. 11 laps to go. It's too early almost to talk about the championship, but I'm very pleased that our TV direction is leaving that live championship graphic up, because this could change at any point in time. The drama is palpable here.
It just goes to show you how close this championship is and has been. 11 points, not too do the race, but as you Alvaro Lucas though doing the front running as Jose is under a little bit of pressure from Alex Garella. Have an outside shot, of course. But Jose got no point. But a long way to go in the championship. Yeah, that's the Jose big name. How long? Alvaro Lucas hanged this around the outside of turn 4 and 5, and that is why the Aspar Academy have got Alvaro Lucas in their team. That is just brilliant racing on the outside. Unfortunate coming through the Engalmiento corner. He can't hold on to the position. Bujosa has come back through, but Lucas is not going down here without a fight. He's got his nose back in, but he is hanging around the outside line. Makes up special from there. Get ahead of Bujosa and do it. Coming back now from like this. Nothing going on the inside. But it's going to be Bujosa on the cutback. Bujosa looking there to open the door a little bit and then get him on the cutback, but it doesn't work for the AC rider. Now Bujosa is making then
a real flurry of blows there from Lucas. He was looking at every available opportunity, going around the outside, going around the inside, which is where it eventually worked for him, and he found his way through there. Absolutely spectacular stuff from Lucas. All just past their head there.
Yeah.
Now just the
five-rider fight that was across the opening laps has turned into a larger. Gandaramadipa has brought a good 6 or 7 riders in his tow. So the likes of Ramadipa, Alan, Kelly, all there. That's a potential. Part of that VR40 had time. Down to Barcelona. But at 8,
Capuchin.
Well,
Capuchin's just got ahead of Carlos Cano there, who drops down to 5th. That's potentially a concern for our reigning champion. Riding.
Bujosa doing the front running here. So, down at Court Station. Today, 8.5 laps remaining. And Bujosa exactly where Bujosa went, but he has been pressure from Longarella and Alvaro Lucas. Lucas most recently back down for Yaroslav Karpuk, the number 17 ahead of Carlos Cano, the reigning champion. Ramadipa are their last time out in Barcelona on but
a very slow, really concerning for Carlos Cano.
Yeah, Longarella cut you off, Connor. Longarella up the side at turn 14. Oh, that hold on. Through turn one and stuck. One overtake. Earn the difference. Earn the landing. Won't get too absorbed. Back to Jose then. That's two. That turn. Popular overtake, not as it always is. He Jose, couple moves there now.
Couple moves that paid off.
Yeah.
I don't think someone might get focused too much on it, but as it stands, it is Pujosa who would take ETC in 2025 by 3 points over Carlos Cano. 169 for the 69 as it stands. This is getting very, very exciting here in Valencia in this season finale. Carlos Cano now does overtake Arbushin to move into P4.
Yeah, Cano then just keeping it calm and steady. This is probably where he wants to be. If he can face out and break away from the rest of the pack. I'm happy with as Aaron Luke. Alex. Not quite. Well, there. What? Front 6 riders with about as that time there was Alex Bella. Big move up final corner. Take the lead here.
Ramadipa is looking for a bit of slipstream there as well. He has managed to get ahead of Karpushin there. Ramadipa coming in strong now. Just behind Pujosa, who's now dropped down to P4.
Pujosa down to P4 and behind Carlos Cano. But for how long? Both of them went off the track there as Alex Longarella leads. Pujosa got the wider line on Cano. Nothing going. Turn 2 and 3. Longarella ahead of back up the side. Nothing going yet, but Pujosa certainly does keep the pace back from Carlos Cano, but I think it wouldn't be enough. Cano P4, but Pujosa.
Oh, what a move from Pujosa there.
2-for-1 deal. Most certainly is the number 69. Back into the lead.
El Nieto corner's really giving us some
Looking in from Keandre Ramadipa. Keandre Ramadipa with the wider line there. Looked like he was going to bug them all off. Coming through 7. What a move that would have been from the Indonesian rider, but he does shuffle back behind Cano. But it just goes to show the ambition of the number 32. He's got a case for victory already in the European Talent Cup in 2024. Did it last time out in Barcelona. There was also a win in 94 for the, and he was open to come to the top 3. But it is Pujosa leading over Alvaro Lucas and Alex Montella. That has been the story of the race so far, with Carlos Cano in 4th. Front 3 have been changing places as they change places. Once again, Longarella this time and Alvaro Lucas. And while all this unfolds, don't break away from Carlos Cano. Very content. It's P4 for the time being.
For the time being, Pujosa there as well with the warning. So that could prove quite important with the 6 laps that we have remaining there.
Yeah.
Against
He's
they
been
look very wide there.
very tidy. Strikes back at turn 2. Off the clean, Fernando. What, 5.5 laps, 5 3/4 laps going. Not get onto the green and long lap, and now would be devastating for your time.
Yeah, he's going to be throwing everything at it. I don't know if he's going to be too aware of that warning. If the focus is in his back. Originally leading 5, now it's looking like 6 riders involved.
Yeah, and just on that second group, we mentioned them earlier, Lorenzo with Everton Festival Italian, Audi, and Truck. Now we're ahead of this second. So what is it? Oh, top second high on the number 7. Very much gaining on our boost. Any rider. So, Lenny not out of it.
No, not at all. He started from 20 as well, so he's 12 places so far. 6 laps to go. absolutely not one to rule out whatever for a podium or you could definitely shuffle things up at the front and in the final standings ETC for 2025.
Alvaro Lucas then leading over the line in turn 1, but will he be out of it? Have a couple of landed when he runs it right there, but he is in the lead for how long? Turn 2, Fernando Bojosa strikes again.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Of course, the performance that he needed to in this final race of the year, much of it, but he's not been able to lead comfortably whatsoever. Surprisingly, the pressure isn't being put on him by Carlos Cano, though. It's very much Alvaro Lucas and Longarella who are doing Cano's dirty work for him.
Yeah, absolutely well put. It is bubbling over quite nicely as Bojosa runs on to head there, but he's a position again as he not going quickly right around her. That time Bojosa holds on to this. Is bubbling over very nicely, Connor, it has to be said. Bojosa is exactly where he wants to be. Cano, a very promising back from the likes of Longarella and Alvaro Lucas and Ramadima all want to get involved. Well, so I think we're set for a finale to the 2025 European Talent Cup season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the races when you ask me who I think is going to win prior to a race, and I cannot give you an answer when we've got riders of this caliber and the competition this close in the ETC. It's just impossible.
Have you ever given the correct answer before a race?
I try and stay on the fence as much as possible, you know.
A concerned look then from Johansson Mora.
Move ahead there.
A concerned look from Johansson Mora as he encourages his star rider Carlos Cano to get on with it. Alvaro Lucas has a big moment with the front end there, and that opens the gap for the 69. Fernando Bojosa to once again go through at turn 2. Lightning striking twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times now I think it is. He has made that move at turn 2 on either Longarella or Alvaro Lucas. There seems to be a little bit of a gap opening up then between Longarella, Ramadipa in 4th position. Carlos Cano just stuck in behind Indonesian indeed. There's quite a big gap opened up with 3.5 laps to go. This is going excellently for Fernando Bojosa. He runs it wide once again coming out of turn 6, but he holds on to the advantage. What have you got, Carlos Cano? The pressure is very much on the reigning champion. He's got Ramadipa, a race winner, ahead of him. And what is that? 6-7 bike lengths then to make up to the top 3. So this is a big moment for Cano's title ambition.
Yeah, absolutely. What he's going to have to do now is manage that pressure. He is the reigning champion. There's a reason why. But he's got to show it now. He's got to demonstrate that he's got the maturity to deal with this situation that he's facing. The drama is palpable here. The excitement on pit lane. Absolutely incredible stuff with just over 3 laps to go. We're going round 14, the last, and we're onto the straight now. Can anyone take advantage of the slipstream here?
Lots of nervous faces down in the AC Racing team pit boards, and as Alvaro Lucas has gone back in front. Alvaro Lucas has gone back in front, but guess what's coming up, Connor? It's going to be turn 2. It's Bojosa corner at this point. It's 2 in corner. Let's rename it Bojosa corner. He's gone back up the inside, Fernando Bojosa. And this is big. This is very big because there are, 2 3/4 laps remaining. It puts him back into the championship. He's under all sorts of pressure from both Alvaro Lucas, Alex Longarella, but most importantly, not from Carlos Cano. But there's the door open for Carlos Cano. There's the door open. Is that the moment Cano now can reel in the top 3 ahead of him? Under Ramadipa going a little bit wide, but seems he's got him on the cutback. Cano under pressure here, under all sorts of pressure. Ramadipa gone wide again. Cano had slotted in behind the Indonesian, but for how long?
Yeah, this is getting very, very
and
dramatic.
Here comes Fratelli. Fratelli's coming through now. Cano under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, we said it. Watch out. He started from P20 on the grid. Fratelli now up to P6, 14 places, and he's really ruffling some feathers in this championship.
Oh, how are your nerves? Our nervous faces down the AC Racing box, down the 72 Art box team, up here in the commentary box as well. We are on the edge of our seats. Carlos Cano is running in 6th position. That means Fernando Bojosa, if he can get a victory here, Alvaro Lucas goes through for the lead though. But if Bojosa wins and Cano cannot get into top 3, Bojosa will be your European Talent Cup champion.
We are seeing though that Bojosa is capable of taking the lead at turn 2, but he seems to be losing it to Alvaro Lucas every single time on that last corner at turn number 14. Adrian Campos.
Someone's gone wide there.
Very, very dramatic.
Very, very wide and into the gravel there. I saw a bike flying off. Fellas, but from that group facing behind Carlos Cano group. So I thought momentarily it could have been one of our front runners, but it seems our front runners are still here. Fernando Bojosa is back in the lead. 1.5 laps remaining. Carlos Cano with Britannia to Ramadipa. It indeed is. Oh, it is Ramadipa who's gone out, and that is a big, big moment for Ramadipa, and perhaps in the context of the championship, a big, big moment as one of Cano's rivals on track is gone. Does that open the door for him to get into P4 and perhaps catch Longarella or Bojosa, or indeed Alvaro Lucas in this top 3? It's probably too much time. He's got Jaroslav Karpushin there now in 4th position.
It's very good to get another look at that crash as well, just to see exactly what happened there, because was there a bit of contact between Cano and Ramadipa there? Ramadipa as well had just moved up to P4 in the standings.
Yeah, Ramadipa, a real thorn in the side of Carlos Cano in this race. It means now there is one less rider in this battle for 4th position and 5th position and 6th position, meaning it's likely Cano will have a top 6 finish, which means Bojosa must win. It's as simple as that now for Fernando Bojosa. Or bust. He is currently in 2nd. Is he about to be dropped into 3rd position? Alex Longarella makes the move ahead of him on the last lap. On the last lap, turn 2 coming up. We've seen Bojosa do it so many times already in this race.
He's going to get 2.
He's got the 2 for 1 once again at turn 2. Absolutely sensational from the young Spaniard. The number 69 leads. The number 69 only has 10 corners remaining, and he could be the European Talent Cup champion.
10 corners and a single point between himself and Carlos Cano. There's 3 riders here leading this race, but they're chopping and they're changing at every available opportunity. We've seen Alvaro Lucas take the lead. We've seen Alex Longarella take the lead. But the lead is what Fernando Bojosa needs if he is to be crowned ETC champion. He's currently ahead. Are we going to see a move here from Alvaro Lucas? Not quite. It's still Bojosa. But for how long? We're just going through turn 8 now, heading into turn 9 and 10. And it's still Bojosa who leads in the race and in the championship.
Half a lap remaining here in the European Talent Cup season. Carlos Cano is just dropped to 5th position, but Bojosa still needs the victory. Bojosa leads coming into the final sector. Turn 12, nothing going for Alvaro Lucas. What about turn 13? It's all going to come down to 14, isn't it? Turn 14, the championship could be decided at the final corner of the final race in 2025. Longarella up the inside. Longarella's made the move. Longarella looks like he might have the win, but Bojosa's got drive to the line. Alvaro Lucas is pulled up beside him, and it's not going to be for Fernando Bojosa. He is third possession, and that means Carlos Cano is your European Talent Cup champion in 2025. Drama to the line in 2025. Fernando Bojosa, he led on the final lap. He got done at the final corner. Alex Longarella takes the win. Alvaro Lucas in 2nd, but the celebrations are really down in the 72 Artbox team. He repeats what Max Quiles has done and becomes the 2-time European Talent Cup champion, the first rider to go back-to-back. Sensational race, Connor.
Absolutely sensational race, and what good company Carlos Cano is keeping with Max Quiles. He's a real star for the future. You can see what it means to serve a champion, but you've got to feel for Bojosa. What a race, what a performance he put in. And it was turn 14 time and time again that cost him. And that's going to be so frustrating. He was getting ahead, he was leading for the majority of that race. But Alvaro Lucas or Alex Longarella were just capable of hitching ahead by the slightest of margins at the very last second. Talk about excitement. talk about drama, talk about the European Talent Cup, Chris.
Sensational stuff. We are just about catching our breath here in the commentary box because the European Talent Cup once again delivered another cracking race. But you have to feel for Fernando Bojosa. He did so well leading into the final corner. But Alex Stella, Alvaro Lucas wanted to have their say. There is no disappointment. Podium finish on the final day, which will be scant consolation at this stage, I'm sure. Disappointment etched across the faces of the PC racing team down in pit lane. But what a moment for Carlos Cano, the latest to hardbox star in the making, latest talent from the endless conveyor belt of Spanish cars. Yeah, you can see disappointment under the helmet. Number 6. He was so close. He almost ran the perfect race. Alex Longarella then wasn't one to crush Bojosa's dream. At the final corner, diving up the inside of the number 69. Home and victory, Alvaro Luke. Again.
Margins.
Sector, turn 12. Alex Longarella makes the move. A big moment for Ramadiba. But if Bojosa wins and Cano cannot get into the top 3,
to Alvaro Lucas every single time on that last corner at turn number 14. Adrian Campos.
Someone's gone wide there.
Very dramatic.
Very wide. And into the gravel there. I saw a bike flying off. Carlos Cano group. Still here. Carlos Cano will return into Ramadiba. 1.5 laps remaining. Carlos Cano. Also, here's going. Devastation down in the AC racing. Right podium, fallen just agonizing short of big. However, he can tank, or he can hold head up high and tension. And very bright. I have to post that. Nothing signed yet for 2026, but surely Apple live as will Carlos Cano. Right ready. Just turned 16. Remember, will take a step up. Alvaro Lucas. Rider. Excellent outing here. Threatening the victory as much as Alex Longarella and Bojosa side of the whole race. Okay. Here to see in the moment. All good. Has made second European Cup. So close to winning it against champion Carlos Cano, who rider. This is the winning move from Corella. Defensive line from Bojosa, try to block out Alvaro Lucas. That open door wide open from Garella. And there was drive to 9. Bojosa by what? Oh. Garella and Luke. 9,000 on the second. Then 4 sets. behind Lucas and Longarella. Absolutely best. Now at the moment, Mascano is good. Two-time European Talent Cup champion. So, number one, who remains the number one, Carlos Cano. And racecraft during that race was absolutely excellent. Added into fourth position. It opened the door for Barbosa, but like a calm, neat and tidy fall off through towards the end, but managed to get himself ahead of Carpucci and flashed out again as well. This is the only issue he has really had all day, Carlos Cano. Seems to get a lift. Marshals on hand to get their job down here in Valencia. How about this? Way to arrive in style. Her crowning race. Wave to his fans. Carried across on a chariot. Back towards Park Ferme and pit lane. We will hear, of course, from the race winner very, very shortly. Down with Connor has made his way down to Park Ferme. Racing up the final steps. Down Park Ferme. Pictures taken down below. Alex Longarella. And double at the final corner. Charge at the line, but only thousands of second separation. Thousands of second separation. Our raceman Andrew Ramadi, Carlos Cano on the line in Barcelona. And around. Proud. Number. Photo. Eddie. I know. Cross on his chariot in front of the commentary box. Slowly around the Park Ferme. Perhaps not planned celebrations he had, but it will matter very little. So, you can hear from our race winner, Alex Longarella. He's with Connor.
That's right, Chris, I'm with Alex. What a race. Last lap, last corner, and a photo finish. What a way to say goodbye to 2025 with this win.
Yeah, I'm very happy. The last lap is a crazy lap, and I don't have more words. This race is for my family, for my team, and the best position for the finish the world champion.
Pues ha sido una carrera increíble. La última vuelta, la última curva y otra victoria aquí. Vaya manera de decir adiós a 2025, ¿no?
Sí, la mejor forma de terminar el campeonato. Estoy muy contento porque nos ha cruzado un poco las últimas carreras. Unas penalizaciones, caídas. Nada, terminar así me da mucho orgullo. Nada, muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti. Well done. Congratulations.
Fernando Barbosa started on pole position in the title decider as Carlos Cano lined up alongside him. Gabriel Cestini was an early faller. Barbosa did much of the front running, but Longarella and Alvaro Lucas attack. It was a five-way fight for the lead. Cano 4. That's Carpucci, also part of the lead group. Fernando Barbosa came under all sorts of pressure from Lucas and Longarella throughout the race, but always had a response ready for them. Desperate to win. Win was what he needed. Take the title. Longarella firing one up inside there at the final corner, but Barbosa responded. Turned to a favourite overtaking hotspot of his. as well, turn 6. Here was the final corner. Alex Longarella diving up the inside. Once again, Alvaro Lucas then diving up the inside of Alex Longarella's Pano got himself among the podium. Also was shuffled off the top 3, but quickly working his way back towards Carlos Cano then sent him to the fourth position as the top 3 broke away. Andrew Ramadipa, Jaroslav Karpushin, torn in the side of the number 1 all race. Brent Kelly as well making a late charge. Andrew Ramadipa crashing out. Well, the top 3 went toe to toe for victory. Bojosa had to win and he led going into the final corner, but Alex Longarella led coming out of it and over the line. Alvaro Lucas took 2nd, Bojosa took 3rd. Pano's 4th place finish was enough from him. European Talent Cup champion, 85. Time for the celebrations then on the podium. Fernando Bojosa missed out on the championship, but does take home P3 of the race in Valencia. Muted celebrations from the ACT racing rider. Aspires Alvaro just taking 2nd with Alex Longarella taking victory. The team representative from the EGAX Snipers. Bosa. Ace trophy here. Yeah. Another trophy to add to his burgeoning collection. Bigger and better things face him in his motor. Dead for Alvaro Lucas, the rookie of the class, who was ever so impressive. Including the big back red. Alex Longarella, 2nd winner's trophy, handed to Abraham Manson. Racing. to our Fox team all pile onto the podium places as Carlos Cano is crowned. Back-to-back
Ahí
European
está,
Talent Cup
el logo de
champion. What
campeón.
a talent is. What a year it has been for the team. That is 2 titles. Junior GP World Championship. Brian Uriarte taking the honours. Now steps after back-to-back wins in the European Talent Cup. Head forward move Junior GP. Riders to watch. Yeah. Celebrations in full flow. Podium here in Valencia. Why not? It is very well deserved. Of course, here from Carlos Cano, or indeed, hear from him on our social channels at Zamora. Raul, by himself on. So let's take a look then. Race. He, of course, going the way of Alex Longarella. Alvaro Luke, thousands of a second behind him, and Fernando Bojosa out on the win and the championship. Take home third place medal here. Valencia, Carlos Cano, P4 enough for him. Brown, Yaroslav Karpush, finish, Nicolas Storio takes Rutelli and Latifi all inside the top 10. That's Casey Cassian. Oliver Cantos is P11. Pirelli out ahead of Edu Avino. Point scoring place. For Alfonso Almeida, Pedro Matos, and Comfort. Here, season finale. Final standings for 2025. Confirmation. 108 points. Enough. Carlos Cano. Again, Fernando Bojosa misses out at the final corner but takes the silver medal. Alex Longarella takes bronze. That for victory, enough to beat Alvaro Lucas to the podium in the championship. Leandro Ramadini, big crash cost him. Go through Christian Pirelli and Will and all inside the top. Rodriguez, Gonzalo Perez, Hernandez, inside the top 20, Mikey Sanchez 21st, Sparks, Andy Camporini, all scoring points about Kane, and we'll see more of them. Their development. Same can be said for David da Costa, Edu Savino, Remy George San Juan, Evan Foxberger, Santos, Ada, Academy, Hava, Tim, Wild, Enzo, Doroli, Alberto, Case, other point scorers, 2025. He may not have taken the win, he may not have won the battle, but he has won the war. The number one, Carlos Cano, is on top step of the championship podium once again. He goes back to back after a phenomenal European Talent Cup finale in Valencia. And indeed, we can actually hear Carlos Cano, who's joining us late in the day. He's down with Connor.
That's right. I've just managed to hunt down Carlos after his celebrations back to back. You're a champion again in the European Talent Cup. How does it feel?
Yes, finally I get my goal. When I start the season, I am super happy because the race was super difficult. The tire dropped a lot, and I try to a lot to cut the first group, but finally I get the champion, and I don't have words to describe this moment. The team, I do history 2 times on a run, being the European champion, and super happy. I thank people who support me, all my team, all my family. This is helped me all the season, and super happy.
Carlos, 2 veces campeón. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cuáles son las emociones después de una carrera como esta? ¿Cómo te encuentras ahora mismo?
Bueno, la verdad que ha sido increíble, ¿no? Al final he podido ganar el campeonato haciendo además historia que quedará escrito, 2 veces campeón de Europa seguidas, no ha hecho nadie, así que súper contento de esto. Y también esto es gracias al gran trabajo que he hecho con mi equipo. Ya sabíamos que este año iba a ser difícil porque he crecido bastante y el peso se ha notado encima de la moto, pero bueno, solo agradecer a todo mi equipo, a mi familia, que hemos trabajado también fuera de los circuitos para conseguir el objetivo que teníamos a principio de temporada, y agradecer a ellos. Estoy súper contento y ahora a disfrutar.
Congratulations, well done, Carlos.
So Carlos Cano is your 2025 European Talent Cup champion. What a year it has been for him as he goes back to back, and a big future ahead of him. Hey, belongs to Carlos Cano.
absolutely fantastic day, as you mentioned earlier in the introduction there. The sun is shining. Now we've got a message as well from Chubby Gurutuza.
Yeah, with the get well message, and he are those talented fighters. Podium back for first podium in Misano. He'll be looking as well. Earned his front row in victory of that NF back in Aragon race. One, if memory serves correctly. Plenty of front running. Damage. What a big day it is then for Unai Oradre. You look nervous to you, Connor? Not particularly. He's going to wave to the camera and he is locked in and focused. This is, of course, a title deciding race. Unai Oradre is our title leader and has a point advantage there over Milan Pavelitz. Pavelitz is starting from fourth on the grid. Alberto Ferrandez and Alberto Sura are also still in with a chance of title, but they would be a couple of step-ups from the riders ahead. It seems most likely that this is going to turn in without Pavelitz and Oradre. Oradre starting from outside of the row.
We can take a look at the grid now for this Moto 2 race. It's Fernandez on pole on the front row. He's joined by Gurutuza and Oradre. On row 2, Pavelec, Mongiado and Fernandez. On row 3, Artigas, Watley and Sturra. As was mentioned there, one of our title contenders. Then on row 4, we've got Voigt, Ludenia and Mayor. On row 5, Morosi, Bailon and Kersevan. Row 6 is Ruiz, Gutierrez and Ambiance. Behind them, in what's sure to be a thrilling race, on row 7 it's Jimenez, Jimbert and Palomero. On row 8 it's Moore, Lolly and Ruda. And on row 9 it's Tough, Al-Kubaisi and Van Chick. And then at the back, on row 10, Eisengold, Emmanuel and...
Just about ready to get underway here then in Valencia for the season finale in the Moto2 European Championship. The warm-up lap first, of course. So just to bring you a state of play ahead of lights out. Unai Oradre is our title leader. He holds a 10-point advantage over Milan Pavelitz. Pavelitz, at least, if he wants to, must score at least, if he wants, he does, must score at least a top 5. A top 5 minimum for Pavelitz, and that's taking Oradre does not. Alberto Ferrandez must get a P1 or P2. He is to have any hope of taking title. Alberto must win. And that is not taking into account any points which Oradre scored. If Oradre is on the podium, it will be game over. Oradre, of course, has 3 wins to his name 2025. Got 3 further podiums to his name as well. Has been incredibly consistent throughout this campaign, and that is putting in that he is in. Would we say commanding, comfortable advantage? 10 points, Ali. It is a commanding advantage.
I'm not sure it's commanding, given the caliber of the riders on the packet and the fact that in Moto2 you've seen absolutely anything and everything happen so far this year. 10 points. He'll be happy to have those 10 points. Whether he'll feel comfortable is a very different thing. I mean, we've much got the sensation in Catalonia that it's become a bit of a shootout between Oradre and Pavelec. I mean, with Oradre finishing P6 and then conversely Pavelec finishing P4 and then getting the win. Those two really very much in contention here to give it absolutely everything they've got. And we've, of course, only got one race for them to do it in.
Yeah, absolutely. So a top 3 for Oradre, guarantee him title. After that, permutation come into play. We will have a live graphic standing very high. found out already today then. So, moments away from lights out. Guy Oradre and outside. So, Eric Fernandez for launching from pole position. Xabi Zuratut in between them. Who's going to get the whole shot? We are racing already here in Valencia. It's a good start for Zuratuta. It's a good start for Pavlitz. The number 44 has fired himself into second position with Fernandez out in front. He has gotten the whole shot. I think I saw Alberto Fernandez in there too. So not an ideal start for Unai Oradre. He's down in fourth position with Pavlitz up into second.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start from Fernandez, it feels like, as well there. Yeah, he's up. A fantastic start for him.
Yeah, the title contenders have made a play early on here to put the pressure on Oradre. We have a couple riders out there at the back. We're not sure who that is just yet, but one of them, that's then happy anyways with another. We'll bring you coverage of that once we get to know a bit more ourselves. Is that one of the motor machine down as well? Is American well down the back?
Not sure. Confirmation of that as soon as we can.
Double check it. But Eric Fernandez is leading over Pavlitz, and it's Fernandez then ahead of Oradre. So, title fight is on and wide open here. Fernandez, remember, as well as Pavlitz, both need to win here. That's 72 of Ruiz coming back in. Oscar Gutierrez, another rider out of Gutierrez. Then
there are Ruiz now.
Johan Gilbert as well. Oscar Gutierrez, frustrating campaign for him. In a frustrating manner. Mario Mayor, stock champion, and Pavlitz is going to make a move here into turn one, is he? Shows Fernandez the front wheel. Pavlitz there eyeing up a move on the inside going into turn one. Will turn two be a better opportunity? Indeed it will be. And now Pavlitz is leading. If Pavlitz has the pace here, he could gap Eric Fernandez. And where's Unai Oradre? He is in fourth position. So title fight very much game on. Is that Xabi Zuratuta? I see charging into fourth place as well. It is indeed. Xabi Zuratuta is on the charge. Here,
from him.
And Pavlitz visibly there, you can see he's put a few bike links between himself and Fernandez. Fernandez and Fernandez then in the podium positions. They're about to renew rivalries. Both races in Barcelona. And Eric Fernandez lunges up this inside of Milan Pavlitz at turn 11, and then there's a shake and a wobble and a nod of the head, and now Alberto Fernandez has come charging through. So Fernandez is now leading. Fernandez in second. Pavlitz has dropped to third. Zuratuta and Alberto Sura have come through on Oradre. Oradre is going the wrong way here.
Yeah, excitement right from the off here in the Moto2 European Championship. We just saw some of Pavlitz's fans there, but it is Eric Fernandez who's leading for the time being. He's also got Eric Fernandez. Pavlitz is currently sitting in P3. Is he going to try and make a move here as we go into turn one? Not quite close enough, but the drama is on display in Moto2. Another absolute classic already.
Yeah, Lorenzo fell on then with the fastest lap of the race, but the action out front is incredible, as Connor rightly mentioned. Fernandez and Fernandez, they were battling each other for second as sparks fly on track. So all that means Oradre is going to be your champion if he remains if things remain as they are. Fernandez leading. Pavlitz does need to cut through on Fernandez here to get himself back into contention. But Fernandez and Fernandez have got history, recent history in Barcelona. Fernandez got the better of Fernandez both occasions that time. But it's Fernandez who is leading in this one. What about Milan Pavlitz? Can he find a way through on Eric Fernandez? This is an electric start to the Moto2 European Championship title decider.
Yeah, and the spectators, I think this is exactly what you would have wanted in these opening laps. Drama, just 5 points separating the top three here. This is absolutely electric stuff. And we've just seen the Zuratuta, Pavlitz there, Oradre just behind. They're all watching each other. Who's going to be the one to make the move here? They're all together.
Yeah, is that Pavlic going up the inside of Fernandez? It is indeed, and he needed to make that move, I think, because Xavi Tuta was crawling all over him. Fernandez has a little look behind him. I think Fernandez could be a bit more trouble here. Tuta looks to be on the mark here. That's a 134 flat from Alberto Fernandez out front. So Pavlic is looking to get the hooks into him. And indeed, Eric Fernandez has been picked off by Xavi Tuta. Does Fernandez, number 4, have a response? Nothing going yet. Tuta is on the march here. Tuta has got incredible early pace. So Pavlic and Alberto Fernandez to watch out. Fernandez did just set the fastest lap of the race, 134 flat. That was matched by Milan Pavlic, while Xavi Tuta did a 134.1. He's got a bit of open road ahead of him now. Will he reel in Milan Pavlic, or will this front 3 group up into a victory fight? Where is Unai Oradre?
He just moved up to P4 there.
10. I think our pole sitter Eric Fernandez has got an issue.
Yeah, it might well be the case, because Oradre just seized an opportunity there. We just saw it at the edge of our screens for the briefest of moments. He made the overtake there on Eric Fernandez, moved into P4 and can now try and chase down these leading 3. But it is Fernandez who leads for the time being. He thought he might be able to pull away. Pavlic is not allowing that to happen whatsoever, and neither is Tuta just behind.
Yeah, Eric Fernandez, our pole sitter, has been overtaken by Pavlic, Tuta, Oradre in quick succession. And it was important that Oradre got through on him as well very quickly, because it seems the front 3 have got a pretty incredible pace. High 133s that time around. Unai Oradre in the 134.2. So the front 3 had a few tenths of a second over Oradre, but Oradre now has open road ahead of him. Let's see what he records at the end of this lap. A brilliant pace being set by Fernandez, Pavlic and Tuta.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say actually there that the gap was about 6 tenths of a second. It seems to have gone up now to 7, more or less. But this is the first time that Oradre's had clear space. He's got clean air in front of him now to try and utilise and get ahead. He's got to try and reel these leading 3 in, and now he's got his opportunity.
Absolutely. Fernandez leading out front. Pavlic has a look on the outside there. He's not close enough just yet to make a move coming through turn 8. Nothing going for them. As Oradre closed the gap, there's about 5 tenths of a second between Oradre and Tuta.
It's coming down.
Yeah,
it's coming down.
You can visibly see is that Oradre is getting a little bit closer to Tuta ahead of him. Alberto Sura, remember, is this fight as well for the championship, and Alberto Sura looked like he was trying to make a move on Eric Fernandez there. Fernandez has stabilized as well somewhat, sinking backwards, but he is holding Alberto Sura at bay. The live championship standings, if you throw the checkered flag out now, Unai Oradre will win the title by just 3 points. If Pavlic can get ahead of Alberto Fernandez, then it is all changed. Fernandez, there's nothing more he can do. He needs Pavlic Oradre to go backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And the atmosphere is absolutely electric here now. It's really palpable here, the atmosphere. And there we have Tuta setting the new best race lap, 1 minute 33.784. So Tuta currently in P3, but he is the fastest rider on track in Moto2 right now as he tries to chase down Pavlic and Fernandez. Sorry.
Don't worry, it's a tongue twister at the best of times. Fernandez and Fernandez, and indeed it looks like Fernandez does indeed have a technical problem of some sort. As you see, he pulls out wide there. He's got the technical flag waving for the number 4. So Eric Fernandez is out of this race. Alberto Sura then can begin chasing down Unai Oradre in 4th place. No movement between the top 3, yes, in terms of Tuta though, up onto the wheel with the number 44. Unai Oradre covering half a second behind the lead here, which will suit him down to the ground as things stand. Of course, we saw him work his way through Barcelona. The victory is still very early doors here in Valencia.
Yeah, very much so. And given the pace that Xavi Tuta is setting at the time right now, But I wouldn't be ruling him out of his first win in this class either. Look, is he going to be close enough to make a move? Not quite. Frustration there for Eric Fernandez.
Huge disappointment for the pole sitter. Double P2 in Barcelona. Picked up his first pole in Barcelona. Picked up another pole here in Valencia. Unfortunately for him, through no fault of his own, in-house of this case with a technical issue.
Yeah, he'll be devastated given performance, and you can see it there that he put in all weekend. Very fortunate for the young player.
Appointment at his home Grand Prix as well. Now, front could be looked to have closed up once again on another round turn 8. Going down. Waiting now, when will the pilots show Alberto Ferrandez in front higher? Will he get close enough to Ferrandez? Once we're just checking our timings, matching each other pretty much through the sector split times. So, can't quite close the gap on Ferrandez just yet. A reminder that if Pavlitz does get ahead of Ferrandez, that would put him as a provisional 2025 Moto2 European champion. That means that has opened up a 1 second gap to O'Radre. So has O'Radre got the case to go if he's front for me, or is he just holding something in reserve for crunch time a little bit later? Zura to that. Not it looked like he was lining that one up. Maybe into turn 2 though. Turn 2 is a popular overtaking hotspot here. Nothing going either then either. Just yet. There are plenty more opportunities coming, but it's pressure on Milan Pavlitz in second place.
Radovic's playing a bit of a dangerous game here as well. For those front three, he's not in control of exactly what's happening, and he's slipping further and further behind now. The gap is currently 1.4 seconds, more or less. And with the pace that the front three are setting, Pavlitz is very capable of moving ahead into top spot.
And just to remember, 2 riders behind O'Radre are of a significant pedigree in this Moto2 championship. Alberto Sura, of course, a race winner, is 4th champion standing. It looks like he won't be in among the heavy positions, but he will want to chase down O'Radre for the pride, and the number 43, Xavi Martinez, as well. Double 5 Barcelona in second outing for the European Championship season. Rider who damages puts a little bit of pain because we see Eric Fernandez is going to rejoin the action. Never know what could happen, of course, in Moto2 European Championship. That guy could come out and hand Eric Fernandez some. But out front, it's calm and composed from our lead trio. Alberto Fernandez got himself in front very early doors and has not looked back. You could watch him for 85, building the pressure on the number 44 of Milan Pavlitz. But when will Xavi feel comfortable making that move?
Yeah, he's the fastest lap so far. He's been incredibly quick, but he's also seemed to be contented. Back just a bit behind these leading to on Fernandez and Pavlitz. Maybe biding his time. He's definitely a rider with the experience to know what he's doing. Wait and see when he thinks that the time is right.
Absolutely, absolutely. Zuratuta, that gap for Radre is at 1.144 seconds. So it's over 1 now for quite a time. It's about a lap and a half. Well, front 3, not sure for the front at all just yet. Checking out their
There goes Zuratuta. Is he going to be making the move now? It looked like he might have been taking an inside line there. Whilst we're focusing on O'Radre.
Yes, little one on the left bank there. Getting it back onto the foot peg. But has Zuratuta done a move? Not quite just yet. Yeah, they are matching each other for pace across all the sector times. All 3 of them on a 1.4 in sector 1, 25.1 sector 2. 22 flat though from Alberto Fernandez. Open up a an advantage through there before they once again match each other. Pavlitz Zuratuta strong through the final sector. Fernandez continues needing some time there last time out. So they are pretty much matching each other stride for stride. Ricardo then, the number 49, chasing back. Evan.
Like Josh
Watley there, yeah, Josh Watley. Hale. And Marcus Ladenia is well in that fight. So precious points on offer to end the season on a high. This is going all the way back to, I think, Lorenzo Pelon at the back of this group. The number 5, it is indeed Lorenzo Pelon. So this is a battle 7 down to 12.
This will be very good for Mongiardo, I think, because he started the season in such strong form with pole position, P2 and P3 in Estoril, so a double podium there. And he's not really managed to reach those heights since then. Going to P6 in race 2 in Aragon, of course, but maybe in the second half of the season we haven't seen the best of him, which we were able to see in our race up.
Yeah, and there's been a change in the championship standings for Radre, but only by a point, because Alberto Sura has gotten ahead of the number 10. That happened off screen. Oh, and now there's even more drama, because Radre had slipped behind Xavi Artigas. We were mentioning it only a couple moments ago that these two riders are of immense quality at this level, and Radre sitting tough for both of them on that lap instead. So Radre now has got to pull the pin out. Alberto Ferrandez is winning this race. Oh, and Xabi Zuratuta has taken P2, so that puts Radre back in control of the championship. But what control does he have realistically? It's all open here. Now, goes the pace of Sura and Artigas, who was a 1 second gap back to Radre previously. They are closing in. It's gone under a second between Sura and Pavelitz. So keep an eye on that. If that gap comes down, it might even tow Radre. Play again in top 3 as Fernandez has indeed opened up matches. No, Fernandez is up 2 points off the title, excuse me. But unfortunately for Alberto Ferrandez, there is nobody behind Radre to challenge him and take more points off him.
I'd simply be reluctant to say that this was Radre's game plan coming into the race.
Yes.
No longer really
Relying on
favors. Exactly.
Relying on favors for both Ferrandez and Zuratuta. Milan Pavlic both very much in the fight, it has to be said. Milan Pavlic, as things stand, in second place. It looks like Radre is losing more ground here. Radre is in all sorts of trouble here, Connor. What did he do last time around? His best lap time was 1:30. Last time around it was a 1:34.6. Everyone ahead of him, Artigas to 1:34.1. Pavlitz, slowest of the top 5 with a 1:34.5. So Radre is lapping very slowly here. There's a 7-second gap to Mongiardo, so he should have top 6 covered. So he's now depending on Zuratuta and Ferrandez him a favour and take top 2 places in the championship. Intriguing final race here, Connor, it has to be said. Radre, and you quite rightly mentioned, not really in his hands anymore.
No, and he'll be expecting favours, but not too much of a favour. He could lose very much that top spot, just 2 points in it, in the top 2 at the time being. But the real question is Pavelis, who is just 4 points behind, currently 3rd in the championship, which just goes to show how close this is.
On that last lap, yeah, go back to that time. We did think Radre is in 6th, continues at his current pace. Josh Watley, 7th. And okay, there are 6.5 seconds in them, but Watley was lapping half a second quicker. Radre's Radre that time around 1:34.5, and the riders ahead are quicker. Mongiardo did a 1:35.2, so you have to imagine Radre will be okay. The gap is too wide with 4 3/4 of a lap remaining. But Pavlitz then is hold on to 44. Can he find something? Can he invent something across the last 4 laps? Find some pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult circuit, we've said it before. in terms of being able to overtake. You've got to try and take advantage of any errors. Maybe make a move at turn 14, for example, move on the inside. We've seen it at turn 2 as well. There are opportunities available, but Pavelic has to make sure that in a position to do so. He's currently, at the beginning of the race, it looked like he might be able to get ahead and pull away. That hasn't happened, but no other rider has been able to do so either. It's currently Ferrandez who is leading Zaragoza and Pavelic in our top 3. Our podium finishes as it stands, but we've still got 4.5 laps to go here.
Yeah, that was Young-Soo Kim, who you saw just running a little bit wide as the riders come around to lap in. Definitely just staying out of the ways. So, on this, eyes on the number 44. Number 54 of Ferrandez is only 2 points behind in the championship, but we remind you that he's doing his absolute maximum. And it seems that nobody is going to challenge Unai Oradre behind the number 10. So if it stays like this, Ferrandez in first, 6th place will be enough for Unai Oradre. However, Milan Pavelic is the rider we need to watch. The number 44 is sitting in 3rd position. Last time around, he did a 1:34.1, matching pace Xavi Zuratuza in P2 and slightly quicker than Alberto Ferrandez out front. If Pavelic makes a move on Zuratuza, makes 6th on P2, then the pole will be our European champion in the Moto2 class in 2025. So, all to play for. It goes without saying, of course, Connor, but it is all to play for here. We're just wondering, will Pavelic get close enough to Zuratuza to make a move? You imagine that the message will be sent to him somehow through the board or dashboard. He has to go all in for this.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem is that the rider in front of him is also the fastest rider on track. Xavi Zuratuza has been sensational in this race. He's sitting in P2 right now, but you get the feeling that he's still got something left, and it might be him that makes the move on Alberto Ferrandez and tries to claim that P1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
He's just overtaken Josh Watley then.
Yeah, Rossi is working his way through. That chasing group will not catch Unai Oradre. There was a moment we thought it may, because we saw them lapping half a second quicker, but regardless of what happened, I have to say that Oradre is a pretty safe 6th place. Of course, anything can happen up ahead of him. The message has to be Pavelic. While a podium would be wonderful, prize on offer is much, much bigger. The question is, can he catch him? And he might have some problems mounting. Javier, he have to move around this circuit, Cardo, Cornwall, and just for a 1:34.2 last time around, slightly quicker than the guys ahead of him by about a 10. And Pavelic hence with a Tusa. So Ortigas not out of the podium place at all.
Yeah, he's done really well. You have to remember as well, he started from 3rd row. He started from P7. He's managed to thrust himself into this battle here at the front.
Yeah. Keep an eye on the progress of Ortigas. But no change in the front 3. And yeah, he's closing up there. He is much, much quicker on circuit. His quad got a 10. Pocketed a couple of those sectors. This current lap, we've got a max out sector 2. No, rider who has crashed out of engine. So around the line we come again. 3 laps to go. There is 2 laps to go. There is the live championship. Unai Oradre holds on to the championship lead, but only just. Alberto Ferrandez is putting it under all sorts of pressure. He is going to win. He is winning this race, but that won't be enough for Ferrandez. It's the number 44 of Milan Pavelic. We have to keep an eye on. And Pavelic looks like, has he made a move? We saw a little change there. This is what happened to Young-Soo Kim. Whoa, whoa. Oh, that's a nasty crash for out green rider.
Yeah.
Hopefully, okay. Saw our live traffic there. Okay, and Milan Pavelic has moved into 2nd position. Xavi Zuratuza, something has happened to Zuratuza. and Milan Pavlic is in second. It will come down to race wins indeed. Actually, they will tie on points. So Pavlic has 2 race wins, Oradre has 3, so Pavlic has to go all in for the win here.
Absolutely incredible stuff there, Chris, with your homework, working out all the possibilities. Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from Pavlic there, getting ahead of Zurduta, who we were just praising as being the fastest rider on track. And it seems that Milan Pavlic was just biding his time there. You could just see the move,
here
and
we
exactly
go,
what happened. Oh, it's just gone on the inside, yeah.
Brilliant move.
Walking Zurduta to
Block pass.
Yep.
Brilliant stuff from the pole, and now that has
Now he's got the
new
opportunity
life into this title
It is
fight.
the last lap
The
as well.
last lap of the 2025 Moto2 European Championship, and Ferrandis has gone down. Ferrandis has gone down. He is out of the running. It's Alberto Ferrandis. He had victory at his mercy, and he is out. Milan Pavlic is now your race leader. Milan Pavlic is now the championship leader.
The fans are screaming.
The drama is alive and well. Pavlic is taking the lead. Zurduta in second. Oradre is in fifth, but that will not be enough for the former championship leader, Milan Pavlic, though. What type of pressure is he going to be put under by Xabi Zurduta? You can see there the devastation down in the team box. Foul, hey, 55 team box. What a terrible few moments for them, because they had Ferrandis, who's going to win the race, crash out, and now Unai Oradre is not the championship leader. Pavlic has opened up a couple bike lanes.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible stuff. Drama here on the last lap. We knew Moto2 was going to deliver. And who was watching on as we saw that crash? Well, it was Unai Oradre. His dreams of winning could have just come to a dramatic conclusion here, Chris.
Only a couple corners to go for Team Milan before they can start their celebrations. The pole looks set to be crowned Moto2 European Championship in the most dramatic of circumstances. He navigates the final corner with ease. The number 44 is your Moto2 European champion. Sensational late charge from Pavlic. He picked off Zurduta with 2 laps to go. Then Alberto Ferrandis has crashes out at the first corner of the final lap. Unai Oradre has come home in 5th position, and I am lost for words. That is an absolutely phenomenal end to the Moto2 European Championship season. Muted celebrations at the moment, but not down in the team box. They think they can hardly believe it. I can hardly believe it, Connor.
I think that was an end to this race which could not have been scripted. The last lap, we barely even said we're on to the last lap, and then we see Ferrandis come crashing down. And it was Milan Pavlic who is in place to take the race lead. There he is with the Polish flag. Absolutely incredible stuff from Milan Pavlic. Absolutely incredible. As you said, lost for words. And there's a reason why. That was infinitely more dramatic than anyone, even he himself, could have believed.
It beggars belief, Connor. It beggars belief how the Moto2 European Championship.
We said it at the beginning.
Decided. We said it. I was
anything and everything can happen.
Anything and everything can happen in the Moto2 European Championship. We opened the season in Estoril, where Alberto Ferrandis and Eric Fernandez crashed out of the... Milan Pavlic was on the podium in that race, and he crashed out. He recovered to pick up the points, and how crucial those points have proven.
Well, Oradre doesn't seem to have taken it too poorly. There he is, celebrating the culmination of what has been a fantastic season for him with a celebratory wheelie. And it has been a fantastic season for him, but the last lap is what it came down to. And you can see
bizarre moment for Alberto Ferrandis on that last lap. Pavlic was beginning to put on the pressure, but we did not see that coming at turn 1. Ferrandis losing the front very early on and opening the door for Pavlic to take victory in the championship.
Simultaneously, I mean, I cannot imagine the adrenaline, the emotion, the happiness that is going through that man's mind right now.
Absolutely sensational from Pavlic. victory. There was a great battle for P4 as well, for P2 and P3 in the battle for P4. All the likes of David Gonzalez, Rico Saletta, Casey Foreman involved, as well as Joel Esteban. In that battle for the podium places, it was between Jesus Rios and Brian Uriarte. The two kept changing overtakes on one another the entire race. Rios would try one and Uriarte would have the answer. Joel Esteban did plenty of front running as well in that battle. Rapstorper crashed out of contention. Casey O'Connor as well retired early. Rico Saletta was running in 4th position before serving a long lap penalty. Rico began working his way through the field. Leonardo Zani helped us to stop the flying bid. David Gonzalez, Joel Esteban, and Adrian Cruzes then battling one another in that battle for as Uriarte and Jesus Rios kept having to go at one another. Rios that in 2nd place, but Uriarte always right back on him. The battle for P4 looked like Joel Esteban, David Gonzalez, Cruzes, but Saletta recovered from that earlier long lap penalty to get himself into the point scoring position. Typically low. Bronze medal up the grab. Finally got the better of Jesus Rios as Marco Morelli moved home. That's another victory. Solidify his grid. The championship. Good afternoon and welcome along race today here at the season finale, and what a race to do it. The sun is shining, 16 degrees temperature, 14 degrees air temperature, not too much wind out there. The perfect condition for some late November racing, shall we say. Welcome along, I am Chris Short bringing you coverage today, and joining me, my trusty teammate and companion, Connor Doherty. Connor, we're 3 races in to 5 on the menu today. This is number 4. Previous 3 races have all been spectacular, including the opening race. What have we got in store for our
Spectacle, I think, is the only way that I can respond to a question like that. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you, Chris, and I'm thrilled to be watching more Junior G action. We are watching Marco Morelli make his final preparations, and he has had one incredible weekend here in Valencia. Yesterday in qualifying, he was really just a step above everyone else and a step above some of the riders in the Moto 3 World Championship as well. Let's not forget that phenomenal all that time. Faster than Adrian Fernandez did just a week ago at the Valencia Dawn. Watching on, someone who I'm sure was very impressed by that was our reigning Moto 3 champion there, David Alonso.
reigning former champion, of course, Jose Antonio Reda recently crowned, but David Alonso is in attendance here, along with a number of other moto cars. Also, got out there. I knew I saw somebody else and it just wasn't coming. There we go. Brian Uriarte will be joining all of those riders on the World Championship stage as the World Champion. Second place earlier today. Just generally superb at Brian Uriarte. That's a row for him. 4 people past 5. Hasn't outside up to since Aragon race 1. Got 2 victories at that time. 4 victories at his title challenge. Rider in the open race and at all.
Like that. And those are formidable shows just how wonderful this program is. The amount of riders that are pressing up, and the fact that when they get there, they're definitely going to be in contention as well. We've already seen some of them this year, the likes of Uriardi, for example. I'm very keen to see them compete at that level and see what they're capable of doing. And the likes of Rico Saletta also moved ahead alongside Tony. Marco Morelli, our pole sitter, who with Maximo Giles at Aspar, and you don't get picked at Aspar if you've not got or so that's going to be fantastic to see, and that potential is what it's showing.
That's going to be a cracking
well.
lineup next year, isn't it? Marco Morelli, who's shown that incredible rider at we're going to make the step up, of course, to the World Championship level. It is a step up. Max Giles' talent had a lineup. Yeah, as you mentioned, Esteban there, that is off LA. A number of other riders as well. Adrian Cruz back here racing, not the IP power, and just popping up on screen. Perfect timing.
Absolutely.
I must thank Art direction. Jesus Rios starting from the middle of the second row with the snipers. Then Danny Lama will. Yeah. And Casey O'Gorman, our final rider who stepped up. Casey, of course, disappointment this morning for him. He had to retire issue. So, disappointment. Warren. Retire from the race, but super impressive. Casey went on that World Championship agent. No. Kind of but
Very interesting to see what Rico found. Very impressive at the long that penalty. Still looking that win, and his last opportunity of claiming it. JuniorGP World Championship. Yeah, fantastic 2025.
it is the last chance for a lot of these riders to pick up that maiden win in class. Casey is among there. Danny, she's on screen. Hakim, Anna both had superb outings in Red Bull Rookie Cup. Hakim, of course, does have a P2 from the opening day. That's a undeniable quality for Anna. Of course, another rider of undeniable quality. Casey there, podium rider looking at that team. But it's going to be tough because you've got Marco Morelli, who's certainly a rider.
Yeah, he set a benchmark which is almost insurmountable, especially with today's qualifying race.
0.4 seconds off the top of my head on that opening.
There was over 6 seconds.
Yeah. Belly
In the same shot.
Same shot from the race. Feeling more than ahead of that 72 box. Form by Garth. We've been talking a lot about the riders who are making step up to Moto3 next season, but that should, of course, leave somewhat of a vacuum for the 2026 Leo Pugliese just on there at Aspargy. One of the front runners you'd have to imagine next season. David Gonzalez is there as well. That rapid rider just hasn't had that. He does have a podium in the panel, but championship 9th in the championship. So yeah, Leonardo Zani, of course, had a race win like Aragon. You down there, that's category and riders stepping up. Category from Europe, from further afield. Well, I know, process, so plenty of talent coming through. But eyes then on the race ahead, about 3 minutes until we get underway.
Let's take a look at that starting grid then. It is Marco Morelli on pole. accompanied on the front row by Jesus Rios and Brian Uriarte. On row 2, it's Gonzalez, Esteban and Dani. And behind them, on row 3, Gutes, Salmela and Danish. On row 4, O'Gorman, Pratama and Pugliese. Bouncy, Bellon and Belford. Row 6, Mitani, Abruzzo and Pichel. Behind them, on row 7, we've got Modignani, Poggio and Ramesdorfer. On row 8, it's Brown, Pomera and Nicolis. On row 9, Singapore, Pucciumi and Daniel. And on the back 2 rows, we have Farkas, Tietzi and Bertola. And then on row 11, it's Shonrock and Truchot.
So just about to get underway then for warm-up lap here in Valencia as curtain comes down on the 2025 and Connor, I'm going to ask you yet again, who's going to win?
I feel like these questions are very unfair when we've got a feel of this quality. I think I might edge towards what I said previously, whilst remaining on the fence, and point out that Marco Morelli has been unstoppable so far over the course of this weekend in Valencia, and he showed us that again this morning.
Yeah, he was actually like, it's hard not to look at Morelli as the overwhelming here, but of course it's pretty hard. And the whole Rico Saletta had good pace well. But it maybe caught that podium battle that long. Or just go a little bit left field. Fine.
In. Yeah.
It'll be a bit of fight. Of course, where the Archie is up the gold medal going up. Morelli has one hand and 4 fingers on this medal. And it over Almela. Whatever happens, Morelli podium. And then the battle for bronze continues. Almela does have a slight outside chance of overtaking Morelli in second. Wins. There's a 5-point advantage for less. Also, Hello. One. Up 3. No one out there at all. Yeah, all riders capable of. Let's see what happens then. 16 laps of JuniorGP fun coming your way. Just about to get underway. Riders caught up to their grid. But green flag waves in the background, the red flag leaves the track. Eyes are on the lights. We have the first set of lights coming up, and we're ready to go. We are racing. Marco Morelli gets a good start. Rieti gets a better one. He fires himself right onto the rear wing of the number 97 does the UDP champions. Third start from the number 51. Ana Gonzalez off to a good start as well. Pushes himself into the top 3 from the head of the second row. Joel Esteban sits in 5th place, but for how long? Because Jesus Rios is coming through on Esteban. Esteban down to 6th, and Rios up to 5th. But Morelli has got the start he wanted, while Uriarte is up into 2nd position. Abla Fowler at turn 3. Yellow flag are out. Quite sure if it is just yes. But they want to be ourselves.
Might be.
Yeah. Got the number 37 of Marianos have an issue there. Australian rider. Appointment for him there, of course. Oh yeah. Just out straight away. Appointment then. Makes his run before it has begun. But back out front is Morelli. As he has every lap here. Garty. Alice.
Yeah, absolutely. Ana Gonzalez got to play well. Well, chasing down Brian Uriarte, and Uriarte will be pleased that, like in race 1, he's not battling anyone here because he's chopping and changing for the immense majority of our opener here in Valencia with Jesus Rios. This time around, he seems to be able to just have a bit of space and got to try and take advantage of that if he's going to have any chance of chasing down Morelli.
So round they come, the knockoff opening laps here in finale, and it's much as it has been this weekend. Morelli at the head of the grid as we've lost Davida Tama, who's gone down. Background is appointment then for Pertama. Unfortunately, he was hoping for a good result to send off to season. Rider is serious talent, an Asian Talent Cup champion, of course. Taken well. Taken. Well, fortunately though, hasn't got his way in. Spoken on the podium this year. Red Bull Rookies Cup though, he was excellent throughout the campaign. So one to watch in Moto3 next.
As is just behind David Gonzalez there, looking to make a move, or it looked like that, could he be biding his time, but just behind there we do have Adrian Crupes, Rico Saletta as well, battling early on. And we've got Salmella's down.
House. And that's got consequences in the championship standings because Salmella currently occupies P3 in the championship standings. Is that crash going to cost him a chance of the bronze medal? If I'm not mistaken, it could put Esteban or Jesus just now, I think. Esteban slightly behind him. Just, but we'll have the live stand for him. But I think Esteban third position. Priority then. I'll let Morelli escape early doors here. Jesus Rios works his way through on David Gonzalez. You called it earlier, Connor. Rios is on the chart here, and it's a 1-2-3 as you were from race one.
And when they're going to turn two now, but Rios absolutely one to watch.
It is cursed. Marco Morelli fighting back though. Marco Morelli not giving up the lead there. That's the first time he has been challenged for the lead here in Valencia. And Uriarte fired his way through coming through turn 11. Morelli fighting immediately back.
Yeah, Morelli knows he's there now though. This is going to be a wonderful battle between these two young riders. Just a bit further back though, we're seeing David Gonzalez there. In
Just Rios, Paul Esteban, David Gonzalez then. Just behind. So Jesus Rios actually, as you can see there, tied on points with Paul Esteban for the bronze medal. But Rios does have it by virtue of a tester winning record. Things stand. But of course, things can very much change. Think of an eye in June. We all know that. So, eyes on Casey O'Gorman, who leads Adrian Cruz's battle for the position. Can either of the riders get themselves onto the coattails of David Gonzalez just ahead of them, second at that time? A lapping team and riders ahead of them.
Laura Shonrock's down as well.
And Laura Shonrock, who out of the race, appointment for the number 2 as we join. Turn 4. Yeah. 4.
Very frustrated.
Fair to say he is pointed with that one. Marco Morelli then doing the front running once again here. Ryan Uriarte challenged him for the lead a few corners ago, about a lap ago, but hasn't shown him anything since. He just sent me third with Joel Esteban, David Gonzalez in chase. Defenders chasing up Corbin. Is that David Gonzalez who's
Doesn't
gone
look
down?
like it.
It is David Gonzalez. Gonzalez is out of the running here. Yeah, the number 11 is out of the podium battle. What disappointing way for Gonzalez. He's in again, another rider who has crashed but joins. So the back of the field now has the likes of Mariana Nicolin, Carmela running at the back. That is first one. There. Crashing out of 5th place.
Rios getting closer there to our leading duo, Morelli and Uriarte. Put it a 1:37.462, which is faster than both the current race leaders. That little battle may be playing into Rios' hands. Catch up. Take advantage of it. Does go wide there though.
About a second. That's about a second gap there as you at the left hand side of 0.913. Uriarte tight moment there at the end of the picture. So Morelli Uriarte Rios, as you were from race 1, standout trio down here in Valencia. Once again doing full Esteban looking to go with them. Joe Esteban at 1:37.8 last time around. Dropped in by 4 second. What about this time as Vector for not for 5th? Currently led by Casey Foreman. Looking for a strong finish. It's good relief here. And look, Moto3 World Championships here with 4th. Number 67 has a slight length advantage then as he comes over the line over Adrian Cruz Castanado Zani.
Gonna have to keep his calm though, with riders of their right behind him. Danny have been impressive here. Danny, of course, a win campaign.
Now, number of riders here is for 11, led by Zen Matani over Leo Ramastorfer. So they're looking to make moves. Matani, the number 32, looking to end the season here with the top 10. And top 10 to the second now, behind Evan Bedford. So Matani in the down. Top 10 here. Back out front though, no problem so far for Marco Morelli. He finds Uriarte, the gap then between Uriarte and Jesus down to about 8 seconds. So he's chipping away at it. It is Jesus Rios. Third
Coming
place
down
as
further
big
as well.
plan would be good enough to kill third in the championship ahead of Joel Esteban over Rios. That's how much
And he's doing incredibly well. He's started, moved up 4 spots. Qualifying really pretty. Had it a bit further. Really, maybe he would maintain pressure. Riders with Uriarte. But now, doing so well.
looks like Uriarte was maybe going to line up a move into turn. But ran off circuit slightly there. Like he was out of turn 1. Higher one up out of turn 2. Going from occasion. Plenty of time left this race, of course. Uriarte was the fastest lap. And found, I believe, for his own fastest one. Jesus 37.5, as was Marco Morelli. So, pace above riders. The only riders in 137 last time. So, Uriarte, has he got anything for Marco Morelli coming around turn 8, maybe 7? But slowly away at that advantage. Bobble come around turn 8. Going by Morelli and Pole out front. He has been absolutely patient with the young Argentinian. Pole sitter with half a second spare in the back pocket. And then race winner, morning race here, about half second spare in the back pocket. This is much pressure he has had all weekend or all day. Managing quite well, I have to say. Brian Uriarte is make a move for the lead to turn 11 laps ago, but Morelli responded in time, almost.
Yeah. Duel between the two. Absolutely sensational. I was kind of watching up there. Now box to box.
Star of the future. Star coming. Star park system.
Bruce is coming.
1-1 for Jesus. Last time Ronaldo passed the snap for also from guys are firm for next side of the down. So first was no but there what Mark Morelli had in what Mark Morelli had in unnatural pace, but this time around matched by Uriarty and by Hayes and one up. That goes ahead of just is gaining
and just edging slowly but surely towards the two. Have to hope that he's capable of matching their pace for what's left of this race. Tyres, Pirelli tyres, quite significantly tries to catch up, but there he is. Basically, he's just set the fastest lap. 7.
Superb stuff. He's really coming into his own now. Is from the halfway stage of this JuniorGP race here in Valencia. For looking to close the gap. Morelli and Uriarty ahead of him. But second on our time is end of traffic. Can't be running either, but it looks like 54 has his closed up. On the riders ahead of him. So, like it's 3 race twice. There we have that base. It's the second out of Uriarty.
Fantastic stuff. And yet, as he looks to get closer, and as we are seeing him visibly get closer, the back wheel of Brian Uriarty, where it says 0.472 seconds between two Spaniards.
That's down to 4/10 of a second now. Gap between Rios and Uriarty. Rios by far has the best pace here. 1:37 last time around. The only rider in 37 last time around, and that is the best lap of the race. What have we got coming for us this time around? 1:37.3 from Jesus. Absolutely sensational pace from Network Near Racing rider is now closing in fast on Uriarty and Morelli. 1:37.3 from Rios. The other two riders are the 1:37.4 mids. So it's quite a bit quicker per lap coming around. Some bouncy then making that much stronger. Further back right there. Just ahead of him is Pugliese. Elbert. Both of them fighting for the top 10 positions. Result for both riders. But to sign up the season, and that is Rios, and is a pace that is just too hot to handle. Can he rejoin? Because if he joins, he will be point scoring. Travel onto the track there. Adrian says who's behind him, so he's going in sixth position. So that is a costing kick from Jesus Rios. We were complimenting, praising him, setting such an unbelievable pace. Unbelievable pace, and indeed it proved to be unbelievable as he crashed out. Disappointment. That is a podium gone up in smoke for Jesus and a main glad at the P-Network box. Not a disappointed during that of David Almanza, one of the rider, of course, has worried. So that means Morelli and Uriarty have got a 5 advantage or so over Joel Esteban, who now are the runner. Casey O'Gorman. Casey O'Gorman in fourth position. Leonardo Zani and running really wide there. Time and time again, riders are going very, very wide at turn 1 and 8. But podium on offer here, Casey O'Gorman has to be said. And all the bronze medal, all the bronze medal hopefuls, that said, they're not enjoying the best of their Joel Esteban now. Or take the bronze medal at Cantor. Still, it's in 4th. And Gorman is in chance here. Almeda was in with the chance and was holding on to it. Also crashed out of it. So, Alice as well would put in crash strewn afternoon and has to be said with about 5.5 laps to go.
Yeah, dramatic to say the least. There's still about 1.3 seconds between Joel Esteban and Casey O'Gorman. But O'Gorman has performed fantastically to maintain his but he's trying to still in here. These leading two have been absolutely sensational from the start. Maybe you wouldn't have said that Brian Oriarty would be able to match the pace of Marco Morelli. Well, that would have been an underestimate. Our champion here in Junior GP, Brian Oriarty, has managed to keep the pace with Marco Morelli from start to finish here, not giving him a moment's peace. Those two are going to be going at it right until the last. You can be sure of that. Esteban pulls through there. Gorman does look like he's getting closer.
Okay, very wide there. Wobble. Well. Okay, so and Casey O'Gorman, Leonardo Manning close the gap for Esteban. It currently stands at about 8 tenths of a second. Last time around, Gorman lapping Joel Esteban lapping. Oh, Connor led it like down. Putting there, had about half a second there. Of a second. What about the opening 2 sectors here? And he is quicker again, is informant. They actually like group 1, but he's going informant. I was also going to mention that it opened up the gap. He was out half 10 on the second, but actually has closed that up.
Yeah, we've seen him do that time and time again over the course of this race. Been able to do in race 1. This time around, every time Morelli looks like he's opening a gap, he'll just see Uriarte right there behind him again at the next corner. So Uriarte doing so well. Maintain the pace, maintain the pressure, and maybe even make the move here as we go into turn 1. Not quite close enough there between our two race leaders. Uriarte to make his move there.
Yeah, nothing going to that occasion, but just showing him the front wheel as here we see now the battle for the podium. The final podium is beginning to really tough. O'Gorman and Zani have caught Esteban. Only a couple of tenths, about 4 tenths of a second, I think. So podium hopeful. Back out front though, Marco Morelli is still in the lead. Some nervous there in the M-lap box.
And rightly so when you've got a rider like Uriarte behind you. Of course, if Marco Morelli were to have been here we go.
Uriarte.
There it is.
There's the move. He's been building to that over the last few corners. Uriarte, what does Marco Morelli now have in response? Coming through left to 9, right through 10, and around turn 11. Can Morelli come back on the inside? It looks like Uriarte's got momentum and close any possibility line, but here he comes through 12. Nothing less for Marco Morelli. Turn 14, his next big opportunity. He was slightly onto the ground there, but will Morelli make a move on all the front running? This is the longest. Has not been in the lead down in Valencia, and Uriarte's going to hold on to it. Coming out on a final corner. What about going into turn 1? Morelli in off the number 51. 3 laps to go here in the season finale. Can the Argentinian fight back and get himself ahead?
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Morelli if he can just get close enough. It doesn't look like he is, but Morelli's not going to enjoy seeing Uriarte from behind now after having spent so long ahead. And now, Casey O'Gorman is looking like he was going to try and make the move there on Esteban. And they go side by side. Is it O'Gorman who leads? It is. O'Gorman now moves into P3. Can he make it stick here ahead of Joel Esteban?
Yeah, the inside line there from O'Gorman proving pivotal. He had the advantage coming down the straight, but they both went wide at turn one. Now Casey O'Gorman has got himself up onto the podium. What is the... This would be Irish rider on his farewell. Joel Esteban then shuffles down to fourth. It should still be good enough. The bronze medal in championship case. Leonardo Zani, though, is also eyeing up a little silverware for himself here in this progression there from Casey O'Gorman. Up 7 places. He's got phenomenal pace. 8 on with 2.5 laps remaining. We've got yellow flags out in turn 2.
Get the next thing up on, we've gone down.
Kadasik, disappointingly for him now, is out of the running. So, eyes on this battle for P3. It's really up now the action in both the battle for the victory and the battle for bronze here in Valencia. O'Gorman's got a couple 5 lengths to spare over Esteban with Leonardo Zani in P5.
Yeah, it looks like Zani has been waiting for the right moment as well. Whether it's going to come now or he's still got a bit of time left. But Zani, again, a phenomenal rider, and as O'Gorman has very much managed to catch up with Joel Esteban. When is he going to find an opportunity to try and make his move, get ahead of Joel Esteban? Time being, it's still Esteban who occupies P4.
Some more nervous faces there in the Feed Network box. There could be an attack coming here from the number 57. It looked like he was about to line up the inside move at turn 2, but nothing going for Zani that time around. Got a little bit out of shape going in on it there. So it's as you were in this battle for Casey O'Gorman. Got a couple of bike lengths advantage. And over a lap and a half remaining. Back out front, still Brian Uriarte over Marco Morelli. Nothing separates that duo, the standout riders of the 2025 European Championship today. So, the fishing finale, Connor, here from what has been an incredible season in Junior GP.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Brian Uriarte is able to maintain his lead over Morelli, he would deny him 3 wins on the bounce, which of course Uriarte was able to achieve at the beginning of the season in both Estoril and Jerez. So that'd be a little thing that Uriarte would like to maintain, I'm sure. His record of consecutive wins.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Uriarte over Morelli with a lap and a half to go, not even. We're coming over the last corner now, and it's Morelli who has fought back and taken the advantage. The number 97 has gotten himself ahead of Uriarte at the final corner. Last lap then of the Junior GP season. Marco Morelli leads the champion, Brian Uriarte. Turn 1 to go. Uriarte has no move in the offing. They both run it very, very wide. Marco Morelli still holds the advantage, but is there a move coming up the inside from Uriarte at turn 2? There absolutely is. Can Morelli get him on the cutback? Nothing going for the Argentinian on the cutback. Turn 11 is the next big opportunity. Perhaps he'll do something before then. Perhaps he'll do something before then, won't he? At turn 4 and 5. I'm getting ahead of myself, but forgot about half the turns. Brilliant stuff from Marco Morelli. The number 97 is back in. Turn 6, Angel Nieto corner. Holds it steady through there. Emilio Alzamora and the 72 Airbox team watch on nervously. Now, turn 8. Brian Uriarte, has he got anything for the Argentinian out front? What about the man from Joel Esteban? Got anything? 17 performance turn 8. I think he was going to try and move up the inside there. Turn 10, turn 11 then. Nothing going here for Uriarte just yet. Turn 12 and 14, his next big opportunities. Esteban has indeed taken P3 away from Casey O'Gorman back at turn 11. So, O'Gorman will try and move surely at the final couple of corners, overtaking hotspot through 12 and 14. Marco Morelli, though, has he got this one covered? Uriarte coming to wider line there, looking to cut back. They touch rear wheel and front wheel, but it is going to be Marco Morelli, surely, who takes the victory here. The number 97 goes back to back over Brian Uriarte. What about the battle for bronze? Joel Esteban looks to have it covered. Can Casey O'Gorman get out of the slipstream and take a podium? Nothing going. Joel Esteban takes P3. in the race and the championship. So there you have it. Marco Morelli, back-to-back race winner, 3 in a row for the Argentinian.
Absolutely breathless stuff here in Junior GP. What a slap. Marco Morelli and Brian Uriarte battling it out there for the top spot on the podium here in Valencia. It could have gone either way. Uriarte gave it absolutely everything he had, but it wasn't enough to match what Marco Morelli has done here in Valencia over the course of this weekend. He's been absolutely sensational, and he can proudly wave that Argentinian flag. He steps on the top spot of the podium for the 3rd time in a row, and the 2nd time here in Valencia. And a good little sporting moment between the two as they congratulate each other for what has been an absolutely sensational race.
Rico Saletta then crossing the line, final rider. What a day it is for the MLab squad. Marco Morelli makes it 3 victories in a row. What a way to sign off your junior here as he comes up. Gaspar team, Moto3 World Championship. It's going to be one of the luckiest to watch. I, for one, cannot wait to see Eddie and Tony Mark. Finest talent. Here's phenomenal showing, burnt down and live campaign. Uriarte though takes P2 today, but wrap that up for last time. Incredible record which Uriarte has. But the whole back and forth, he led the race before crashing. Jensen, Aragon, went back to the ways. Aragon picked up the with once on the podium. Now it's 4th. Incredible record. Incredible. Whereas Marco Morelli's momentum equally as incredible. Up these 100. Third podium in phase 2. Aragon then got that breakthrough win in Milano. One followed up with the podium. P4 in Catalonia where he led going into the corner of the podium. Also on the winners then. Stuff. Then goes out the season with a hat-trick victories from the Argentinian. Celebrations are very much in full flow down in Parc Ferme after incredible riders. Parc Ferme